Imagine for a moment historians of the distant future, grappling with the question of which event best described the latter 20th century. Would it be the explosion of the first atomic bomb, or the emergence of the internet, or even the astonishing creation of 500 channels of television without anything much worth watching? Perhaps. But then again, it just might be the moment on June the 24th, 1947, when the pilot of a single-engine plane, a salesman named Kenneth Arnold, was amazed to see 9 metallic objects zooming past Mount Rainier at impossible speeds. Flying, he said, like saucers would if you skipped them on water. In the following weeks, thousands of reports of flying saucers flooded in from much of the world. In the shadow of the atomic age, the era of UFOs had begun.
We lived our little drama, we kissed in a field of white, and stars fell on Alabama.
But why is this event so important that it should even be mentioned alongside the most expressive milestones of the last century?
We bring you this special radio television broadcast in order to give you the very latest information on an amazing phenomenon.
So this is the story of how that happened, and it begins, if it has a beginning, in the Pacific Northwest on the 24th of June, 1947. While he was flying home to Idaho at the end of a business trip, Kenneth Arnold spent an hour searching for a downed plane in the wilderness of Washington state. It was a bright sunny day with perfect visibility, but he had no luck. Arnold sold forest firefighting equipment, hopping about the Northwest in his single-engine Call Air. As he turned towards home, a blinding flash of light caught his attention. He located its source as sunlight reflecting off the metallic surface of 9 objects flying south past Mount Rainier. Arnold clocked their speed over the 47-mile distance to Mount Adams at 1,800 miles an hour, almost 4 times faster than any plane known to be flying at the time. Thinking they might be test craft and 1,800 miles an hour was too fast to even contemplate, he cut it to 1,200 miles an hour when he reported what he'd seen to a local newspaper. The story was picked up by the AP wire service, and a headline writer labeled them flying saucers.
He certainly had to be flying in a very strong inversion. The possibilities of there being optical illusions in that situation was something that was a possibility. The mirages do seem to be moving and moving fast.
If it's a mountaintop mirage, which he's talking about, they stay above the tops of the mountains. They don't move laterally. And they fade in and out. And, of course, they appear to be inverted images of the top of the mountain. Another more recent explanation was geese. The most recent one, which has actually led to a new terminology in ufology called pelicanism, where you take an explanation which seems, to me anyway, a careful analysis to be totally ridiculous, and you push it as hard as you can. Ornithologists think it could be pelicans. Pelicans can be very bright when reflecting sunlight.
And apparently they can move quite fast, clocked on Arnold's watch merrily gliding along at 1,800 miles an hour. Meteors have also been suggested, though how meteors could have traveled for 47+ miles horizontally has never been explained, nor how they could resemble what Arnold drew. Even though there had been dozens of local reports of strange aerial objects in the preceding months, Arnold's sightings seemed to open a floodgate. Within weeks, there were more than 3,000 reports from across North America and around the world. Perhaps, it's been suggested, people were collectively suffering some trauma-induced delusion, a reaction to the threat of mass destruction of a scale never seen before.
The motion picture spectacle of all time. 1,000,000 tons of water alive with deadly rays. Awe-inspiring in its significance for man who learned how to control the atom, but must now learn to control himself.
In the midst of the 1947 flying saucer wave, on July the 7th, the Army Air Force Base at Roswell, New Mexico, the home of the only atomic bomb wing in the world, issued a press release that it had recovered a crashed disc. The DJ at radio station KGFL says he was the first to get the release from Walter Hout, the base PR officer.
He hands me this release, and he runs out and he says, "You got 30 minutes," and he's practically running out the door. And I'm looking at it, and I saw, flying saucer, and I said, "Wait a minute, Walter," and I'm going out hollering after him. He said, "I got to get back to the base. You got 30 minutes. I couldn't get him to stop. So I had to wait because he said he's going back to his office. Had his number, called, got him. I said, "Walter, don't run this story. If you do, you're going to be in trouble. They'll ship you out to Siberia." I remember mentioning that. That was a common phrase in those days. And he said, "Look," he said, "the old man has cleared this. It's okay to use it."
The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
About that time, all hell broke loose. The wire went dead, and the phones began to ring.
And the cavalry came to the rescue. The next day at Fort Worth headquarters, General Roger Ramey informed a breathless media that the intelligence officers of the only A-bomb base in the U.S. arsenal had mistaken a common weather balloon for a crashed flying saucer. The press ran the story without so much as an arched eyebrow. And that was the last we'd hear of Roswell for another 35 years, when it would begin to blow up into the culture with all the power of an atomic bomb.
The long-awaited unification of the armed services comes a step nearer.
A few weeks after Roswell, the signing of the National Securities Act reorganized the armed forces and established the CIA and the National Security Council.
The Iron Curtain has descended across the continent.
The Cold War was officially underway. By August, flying saucer reports had dropped, and the press had pretty well assigned the subject to the crank file. After all, no one had seen or photographed one close up, and the military was at least publicly making light of the whole idea. But behind the scenes, things were different.
This was something that the intelligence community took seriously immediately. There was a desk called the Collections Desk in the Pentagon that was interested in dangerous possible invasions of American airspace. And this looked like that well could be what this was all about.
The Pentagon sent a request for an evaluation to Air Materiel Command at Wright Field in Dayton, Ohio. After a preliminary intelligence gathering, a memo was sent back to the Pentagon by Lieutenant General Nathan Twining, the commanding officer of Air Materiel Command. It concluded that the phenomenon is something real and not visionary or fictitious, and that the extreme rates of climb, maneuverability, and motion, which must be considered evasive when sighted or contacted by friendly aircraft and radar, lend belief to the possibility that some of the objects are controlled.
The natural belief was that this must be Soviet technology. The idea that it was extraterrestrial did not really come up there at the very beginning.
Finally, Twining's memo went on to recommend a detailed codename study. Project Sign was approved at the end of December as part of the Air Technical Intelligence Center at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. It immediately had to contend with a disaster. An Air Force plane had gone down, chasing a UFO. On January 7, 1948, Kentucky Air National Guard Captain Thomas F. Mantell's F-51 fighter fell to Earth. He had been chasing a strange object in the sky. The Air Force accident investigators concluded that Captain Thomas F. Mantell had blacked out from lack of oxygen at 25,000 feet. 5 minutes earlier, he had radioed that he had spotted the object high above it and was climbing to get a closer look. He described it as metallic and tremendous in size. After Mantell apparently lost consciousness, his plane had climbed to 30,000 feet when it stalled and began its death spiral to Earth. News that a pilot had died chasing a flying saucer shot across the wires. The Air Force investigators announced that Mantell had died chasing the planet Venus, an explanation that seemed ridiculous given his description and eyewitness accounts of a large, slow-moving, cone-shaped object. In the early 50s, the Air Force's Project Blue Book revisited the case and concluded that the object was a top-secret Navy skyhook balloon used to study cosmic rays. However, it was under the shadow cast by the tragedy that the members of the Air Force's Project Sign began their investigation into flying saucers. Throughout the winter and spring of 1948, at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Building T2, they began to grapple with the fact that whatever they were, the saucers weren't foreign or secret domestic technology. Investigators went out into the field to quietly talk to people, many of them military, who had filed reports. By March, they had over 300 made by observers they considered competent. By summer, a debate was raging within the SIGN team whether some of the objects reported were extraterrestrial. Then one night in July, an extraordinary incident unfolded.
The case that turned the corner for Project Sign has gone by the name of the Childs Whitted case, out of the two airline pilots that were the prime witnesses in the case.
Eastern Airlines Flight 576 was 20 miles south of Montgomery, Alabama at 2:45 in the morning of July the 24th, when Captain Clarence S. Childs and First Officer John V. Whitted saw an elongated wingless craft flash by their plane at what they estimated as 700 miles an hour. Both men described the object as metallic, with two lighted rows of windows. On Pentagon instructions, SIGN investigators hurriedly flew off to interview Childs and Whitted. They were impressed with the two men's certainty that what they saw was a manufactured object. The SIGN team was also aware of a report the week before from the Netherlands of a similar two-tiered craft, and other reports from across Europe of wingless planes. Within days of the Childs-Whitted sighting, the SIGN team had committed to a conclusion.
The reason why Project Sign saw this case as being extraterrestrial was that this was an object flying freely and apparently maneuverably in our environment that had no wings. So where would the lift for a piloted craft of some kind come from? What they knew as technologists at Wright-Pat was the only way such an object could fly is if it had a tremendously powerful energy source. And the only thing they could think of would be something like nuclear. But they knew that they had nothing nuclear and no one else did either. They were stuck with the conclusion that this was an extraterrestrial device.
As traffic backed up with employees leaving Wright-Pat at the end of the midsummer workdays, the SIGN team was hunkered down writing what they must have seen as one of the most important documents ever written. It was an estimate of the situation required of all military investigations once they reach a conclusion. The estimate was then sent to the Pentagon, where it circulated to a very mixed reaction.
The majority of the people in the Pentagon at the time thought that this was not a message that they wanted to send out into the world or even into the military community itself, that this was just too strange and too dangerous. It was like an unknown wild card that they didn't want to let psychologically loose within their people.
The estimate worked its way up to the desk of Air Force Chief of Staff Hoyt Vandenberg, who was, we can assume, thrilled to see it. As what he did with the estimate is a crucial juncture in this story, it's worthwhile to consider his decision options. He could 1. Reject the estimate straight away and bury its conclusions. 2. Order further study, which would serve to keep its conclusions alive with the possibility of leaks. Or 3. Accept the conclusions, which would mean admitting to the Congress, the President, and the American people that the Air Force was powerless to prevent extraterrestrials of unknown origin, and worse, unknown intent, from overflying the United States. Researchers who believe that a flying saucer crashed at Roswell are of the opinion that Vandenberg's decision was made to perpetuate a cover-up. But Roswell is not necessary to understand why the estimate was quashed. Simple convenience suffices. The idea it advocated was dangerous, the effect on the population unpredictable. Authority fears and loathes one thing above all. Vandenberg let it be known to the SIGN team that their conclusions had no supporting evidence. All copies of the estimate were ordered destroyed. The SIGN team was disbanded and replaced by Project Grudge, whose mandate apparently was to give the public mundane explanations for all sightings, and shift the emphasis from the reports to the people making them. Flying saucers were to be a psychological problem. In December of 1948, just as Project SIGN was being replaced by the Saucers Don't Exist Project Grudge, a series of sightings called the Green Fireballs began over sensitive military installations in New Mexico. They were seen by dozens of scientists at the Los Alamos Nuclear Research Installation and by hundreds of military personnel. At least 39 reports were sent to Grudge by April of '49. There was great concern in the scientific community about what they were, but Project Grudge, true to its name, seemed to begrudge all requests to investigate. A few months later, Grudge cooperated with the Saturday Evening Post on a major two-part article debunking saucers, only to see sightings immediately hit an all-time high. 2 days after the article, a fateful telegram arrived on the desk of a retired Marine major and former aide to Charles Lindbergh, now a successful journalist. Have been investigating flying saucer mystery. First tip hinted gigantic hoax to cover up official secret. Believe it may have been planted to hide real answer. Looks like terrific story. Can you take over Washington Ant? Ken W. Purdy, editor, True Magazine. Initially skeptical, Donald Kehoe took the assignment and began 6 months of research drawing on his extensive contacts in the military. The subject of flying saucers would never be the same. Meanwhile, through the rest of 1949, the team at Project Grudge did their best to shoot down any and all sightings. They were aided in their mission by their new astronomer consultant, J. Allen Hynek.
Hynek was very skeptical. From the beginning, he assumed that all reports were explainable in conventional terms. And that is, in fact, what he did. That was his function for the Air Force. They would take the cases to them and they say, we can't explain this, as we can't trace a weather balloon. Is this a comet, a meteor, a planet? And Hynek would provide the explanation.
Donald Kehoe's True Magazine article appeared just before New Year's 1950. It was the largest selling issue in the magazine's history.
This was a sensation. This article got press coverage all over the world. Kehoe concluded from interviewing his Air Force contacts, interviewing pilots, other credible witnesses, that flying saucers were coming to Earth, and they'd started watching us intensely because they began monitoring our atomic bombs.
In 1950, men throughout the world learned to look on the brutal face of communism. Berlin powder keg.
As the road to the Korean War became a one-way downhill street, a pillar of the community farming couple in Oregon, on a nice May evening, noticed a strange object in the sky. The pictures that Paul Trent and his wife took would be among the most highly analyzed UFO photos ever taken. And while there have been many attempts to expose them as faked, the efforts have been far from convincing. And there was also the lifelong character of the Trents.
Everybody says straightforward, honest. The chance of them making up a hoax like this is zero.
A few months later in August, in Great Falls, Montana, Nick Mariana, the general manager of the city's baseball team, shot some 16mm film of what he described as two silent, disc-like objects. Mariana showed the film around town numerous times, including at club meetings at the Park Hotel.
The little booth next is a visiting broadcast booth.
Gene Black, the son of one of the board of directors of the club, later to become the team's announcer, remembers being at a screening.
Good view, shiny, saucer-shaped things.
Though his recall is spotty after 5 decades, like others who saw the film, what impressed him was how they were stationary discs that took off at a great speed.
Hovering.
Standing still.
Yeah. But as he's standing there holding the camera, they all just started to go up very slowly. And it went.
In September, the Air Force heard about the film and asked Mariana for the footage. He was happy to oblige. In October, Project Grudge announced their photo analysts were unable to find anything of an unusual nature. Mariana, in a huff, asked for his film back. When it was returned, he claimed the first 35 frames were missing. The frames, he and others who'd seen the film said, that clearly showed two spinning disc-like objects. The Air Force denied the frames were tampered with. Mariana pointed to a splice where the leader joined the film. His splicer was perpendicular. The splice at the head of the film was diagonal. The missing frames, if Mariana and others were telling the truth, have never surfaced to this day. Around the same time that Grudge was publicly dismissing the Mariana film, a foreigner was visiting Washington with flying saucers on his mind. Wilbert Brockhouse-Smith, a senior radio engineer at the Canadian Department of Transport, was attending a conference. Smith was doing research into geomagnetism and had been interested in flying saucers from the first reports in 1947. According to a confidential memo to his transport superiors that was discovered in the late 70s, Smith made discreet inquiries through the Canadian Embassy to a high-ranking U.S. Defense Research Board scientist, Dr. Robert I. Sarbucker. The memo described what he learned. The matter is the most highly classified subject in the United States government, rating higher even than the H-bomb. Flying saucers exist and their modus operandi is unknown, but concentrated effort is being made by a small group headed by Dr. Vannevar Bush. The entire matter is considered by the United States authorities to be of tremendous significance. 1951 would be a slow year for saucers, but a striking multiple radar and visual case over the New Jersey coast involved the local Air Force base at Fort Monmouth. Project Grudge was now moribund, and the commanding officer sloughed off the incident, calling it radar artifacts. When this came to light at the Pentagon, it caused a major stink. Major General Charles Cabell, the head of Air Force intelligence, went ballistic.
And he stormed around, pointing at various people who were also there in his audience, saying, "I've been lied to and lied to and lied to." He says, "I demand that this subject be taken seriously."
Cabell had Grudge reorganized under more open-minded officers and renamed Project Blue Book.
And at that time, probably the most sympathetic Blue Book chief at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base was installed, and that was Captain Edward Ruppelt.
Ed Ruppelt was an aeronautical engineer and a good organizer. More importantly, he had a sense of history. Much of what we know about the early years comes from the book he wrote when he left the service. The New York Times, hostile to the whole idea from the start, sneered that the subject had as much reality as the Loch Ness Monster. and the first debunker appeared. Donald Menzel was a prestigious Harvard astronomer who employed all his political and media connections to discourage anyone from taking the subject seriously.
He had enough cachet as a Harvard astronomer to get into Time magazine and places like that with his idea that it was all oddball radar reflections and plasma effects and a bunch of misinterpreted nonsense.
According to Ed Ruppelt, Menzel and his strained explanations garnered little more than contempt at Air Force intelligence. They had their hands full with the practical problem. The Great Saucer Wave of 1952 had broken in June, sending everyone scurrying to keep up. Reports for the month totaled 144, the highest number ever. July would more than triple that. On July 14th, the pilot and co-pilot of a Pan Am flight off the coast of Virginia watched 6 bright orange discs flying in a line, flip on edge, get joined in their echelon by another 2 discs, and disappear off into the distance at a speed they clocked at an astounding 12,000 miles an hour. Donald Menzel would toss out many explanations for the Nash-Fortenberry incident. That old standby meteors was one. It's an interesting irony that the scientists of the 18th century couldn't accept that rocks could fall from the sky. Menzel also suggested searchlights playing on clouds, although a quick check of the weather would have shown it was a cloudless night. Then he tossed out reflections in the cockpit glass of lighted cigarettes in the passenger cabin, and finally in what may have been a stretch for the ages, fireflies trapped between the windshield panes of glass. But the Nash-Fortenberry incident was just a harbinger of what was to come less than a week later, with a series of events that would completely change the history of the phenomenon. The midsummer of '52 was when everything changed.
We're talking about a massive wave of sightings, and they were getting 20 or more sightings per day.
They are flying all up and down the East Coast, and some people actually predicted, because of the way they were doing it, that they would probably show up in Washington, D.C., and there, in the middle of July, they did.
A cluster of 7 blips 10 miles southwest of the capital was first noticed at 11:40 p.m. Saturday, July 19th on the long-range radar at Washington National Airport. One of the operators looked out and saw a bright orange light. When the blips started showing up over the White House, Harry Barnes, the senior traffic controller, called Andrews Air Force Base 10 miles to the east. An Andrews controller was soon seeing bright orange objects flashing through the sky. As the runways at Andrews were under repair, jets would have to be dispatched from Newcastle Air Force Base, 30 minutes away in Delaware. Meanwhile, a Capital Airlines flight taking off from National was vectored towards some radar blips to the west. As they approached the area, they saw nothing unusual. Suddenly, a bluish-white light flashed in front of them on a 25-degree dive. Then another one shot from behind them, zooming up and out of sight. In the next 7 minutes, they watched 7 more lights, all being simultaneously tracked on the radar back at National. The most spectacular incident happened when National Tower informed Andrews that they had a target right over the base. The operators looked out and saw a huge, fiery orange sphere. When the jets finally arrived from Delaware, all the blips disappeared, only to return when the jets departed. Harry Barnes would later tell the newspapers that he felt the targets were somehow aware of their communications.
A little dance went on for a couple of times, and it boggled everybody's mind.
The night of Saturday, July 19th, dramatic though it was, would just be the warm-up act. The following Saturday at 9:30, both radars at Washington National and the one at Andrews started getting returns, as visual sightings poured in from all over the area. Al Chop, the public information officer at the Pentagon for UFOs, who was a confirmed skeptic when he started the job, was called out to the tower at Washington National at midnight. There was total confusion as reports of objects were coming in droves. Some of the radar blips were solid, some less so. One airline pilot, after making multiple passes over the spot he'd been vectored to, concluded the target was a riverboat plying the Potomac. 2 jets had arrived earlier, and again the objects had disappeared. Now, as CHOP was present, a second pair arrived. One was vectored to an area 10 miles out of the city, which showed radar targets. As he approached, he described 4 white glows and began to close in for a much-anticipated intercept. But as CHOP and the controllers watched on the scope, the object shot right at the jet and surrounded it. According to CHOP, the pilot radioed them for instructions asking, "What do I do now?" Then the glowing orbs zipped off. After that, Al CHOP was no longer a skeptic about UFOs. Monday's banner headline in the Washington Post caused mounting concern of a public panic. On Tuesday morning, the largest and longest Air Force press conference since the Second World War took place. The brass, with all carefree smiles, suggested that a temperature inversion could have caused the radars to pick up ground vehicles as airborne objects. The majority of the media ran with this. But behind the walls of the Pentagon, in the offices of Air Force intelligence, all explanations were still very much on the table. During the height of the flap, Ed Ruppelt had taken a call from Harry Truman's military aide, General Robert B. Landry, demanding answers.
And he told them that they didn't know what they had on their hands. Well, it took Harry Truman 1 day to order Landry to go to the Joint Intelligence Committee and to order a study of this.
Aside from the question of what had just happened, the Washington flap had caused a major communications breakdown.
The hysteria, the jamming of the telephone lines, where you couldn't even call the Pentagon.
When the request at the Joint Intelligence Committee came down to take a look at UFOs, the logical place for that request to be studied was some agency other than the one studying it already, which was the Air Force. And so they picked the CIA.
Fred Durant, a rocket engineer, was in the CIA's Office of Scientific Intelligence.
The ball was handed to me.
Did the CIA have concerns about the competence of Blue Book?
As far as competence, well, it was obvious it did not have professional competency above an engineer.
While Ruppelt was an aeronautical engineer, he was just a lowly reserve lieutenant, and his understaffed little project was now in the glaring spotlight of the entire Cold War security apparatus. Durant and his cohorts from the CIA went to Wright Pat to examine Blue Book's methodology. After sniffing around, the CIA decided to have a scientific panel to evaluate the Air Force evidence.
CIA wanted to keep this as an internal project, which they had complete control over. So rather than going to a good high-tech science group out of which we might have gotten a rather nice estimate, again, of what the phenomena was, what happened was that they went to internal CIA consultants, the most well-known of which, and a person who had been chief consulting scientist for the CIA in the past, was a guy named Dr. Bob Robertson, H.P. Robertson, a nuclear scientist, more or less a mathematician from Caltech.
The Robertson panel met in secret over 4 days at the beginning of January 1953 and spent a total of 12 hours reviewing in depth only 8 cases of the hundreds that Blue Book had on file as unknowns. As an example of their in-depth review, they concluded that the Great Falls, Montana film, taken by Nick Mariana, was of 2 fighter jets in the area. This despite Mariana's claim he observed the jets a few minutes later. and Ed Ruppelt's reinvestigation that concluded the planes were nowhere as near Mariana as the objects on the film.
The Robertson panel report was basically there for everybody to sign the next day, and it had already been passed to the Chief of Air Force Intelligence for his approval.
The Robertson panel concluded that as reasonable explanations could be suggested for most sightings, all sightings might be explained in a similar manner. It also recommended that to eliminate national security communications problems, and the communists using UFO hysteria to their advantage, that the subject be debunked and ridiculed, so the public would no longer take it seriously.
If you wanted to eliminate a national security problem with this, you needed to change the attitude of the American public to this phenomena. And the only effective way of doing that was to make it be a joke. There was no science in this science committee report. It was all about national security.
The world's first hydrogen bomb, housed in this barn-like building, was to be exploded on a tiny target island.
In the wake of the Robertson panel's recommendations, Project Blue Book was repurposed. Its funding shrank and Ruppelt soon left the service. Blue Book continued, but its role now seemed to be to carry out the Robertson panel's recommendations and debunk UFOs. Behind the walls of the Pentagon, the extraterrestrial debate at the top levels of Air Force intelligence petered out. The Washington flap had rattled the windows in the corridors of power and raised concerns about public hysteria in the perilous times of the Cold War. A brief period of open inquiry had come to an end, and a dark curtain of denial had once again descended. In the wake of the 1966 swamp gas fiasco, the Air Force approached a number of A-list universities to conduct a serious scientific study of UFOs, and was turned down flat. Finally, the University of Colorado, running low on federal grant money, considered accepting. Heading the study would be the respected physicist Edward Condon.
Edward Condon didn't want to do this for the Air Force, even though he'd done a lot of military consultancy work before, because he was like most other people in the scientific community. He thought the whole thing was nonsense and not worth his time. But University of Colorado needed some money.
Robert Lowe, the person who would administer the project, pitched it to one of the university trustees thusly. The trick would be, to the public it would appear a totally objective study, but to the scientific community it would present the image of a group of non-believers trying to be objective, but having an almost zero expectation of finding a saucer.
And that was Bob Lowe, the used car salesman, saying what he had to the Board of Trustees to relax them so they could put their imprimatur on the project.
When discovered later, the memo would have disastrous consequences and convince the civilian research groups, who'd enthusiastically cooperated up to that point, that a fix was in. It turned out they were right, but not because of the Lowe memo. As the study was getting underway, Condon and Lowe met with their Air Force liaison, and incredibly they asked him what result the Air Force would like. The leaders of what's supposed to be an inquiry into the reality of UFOs, asking for direction from the agency who'd been proclaiming for 2 decades that there was absolutely no reality to them whatsoever. The liaison officer replied that the Air Force was tired of funding Project Blue Book.
And what he says to Condon is, this project has been a source of a lot of irritation, really, to the Air Force and a lot of expense. And we really need to get rid of this. And if you find that you don't have enough money to come to a proper conclusion, reapply and you'll get more money.
The Colorado study brought on board a team of 8 scientists, engineers, and psychologists. Alan Hynek consulted, as did Kehoe and NICAP, and an atmospheric physicist from the University of Arizona, Dr. James McDonald.
In 1954, he had a UFO sighting, what we would call a daylight disk, and it was really a very puzzling sighting, a good sighting, obviously a very good trained witness. But he didn't do anything with it because he was starting his scientific career.
In the mid-60s, MacDonald picked up the study of the phenomenon with a vengeance, reading through all the Blue Book files and the extensive public literature.
He went through all of this in a period of months, began talking with witnesses, was really impressed with the quality of evidence, and he thought that this was the most important overlooked scientific question of the century, maybe one of the most important of the millennium.
MacDonald was fearless, vocal, and tireless.
He began giving hundreds of talks, and I mean hundreds of talks, and a lot of scientists in these prestigious organizations began to take an open interest in the subject of UFOs.
Meanwhile, back at the University of Colorado, Condon was spending little time with the project. Instead of doing any field investigation, he was enjoying the company of contactees and regaling his professional colleagues with their absurd tales. When Jim MacDonald gave a seminar in the summer of '67, Condon fell asleep twice. That same summer, Roy Craig happened upon Lowe's trick memo in the files, the one written to sell the university trustees on the project. Disturbed, Craig showed it to Norman Levine and David Saunders, two of the project's staff who were most bothered by Condon's behavior. Saunders showed it to Kehoe, who gave it to Jim MacDonald, who mentioned it in a long letter to Lowe about the negative direction the project seemed to be taking.
Bob Lowe was very, very worried about this, but Ed Condon, typically of him, was explosive about it. He considered this to be an issue of betrayal on the part of what should be a private in-house team. And he called David Saunders and Norman Levine in, and he just fired them. And he not only fired them, but he told them that if he could, he would ruin their academic careers over this.
As threats of suits and countersuits filled the air, Lowe's assistant administrator resigned, citing an almost unanimous lack of confidence in his objectivity.
All these people are falling out of this so-called objective scientific project. They're dropping like flies. And what you have left over is Ed Condon and Roy Craig and a bunch of other people who've basically been added on at the last second, trying to cobble together a mishmash of documents that they've called the scientific study of UFOs. Well, it was a terrible piece of work.
The report was immediately hailed by the New York Times science reporter, who it turned out had already written the laudatory introduction to the paperback edition. Its 1,485 pages were prefaced by Condon's 50 pages of negative conclusions, conclusions that dismissed or ignored much of the analysis in the body of the report. Bill Hartman, extremely skeptical about UFOs, had nevertheless concluded about the Trent pictures that all factors appear to be consistent with the assertion that an extraordinary flying object flew within the sight of two witnesses.
He, in his conclusions, completely ignores talking about that, and in fact infers the opposite. No question.
Yeah, I think infers the opposite is fair. I don't know quite what to say. I think what you're saying is basically right. Whether those conclusions should have been written totally differently, I suspect they should have been. You don't write those things without sort of knowing what the consequence is going to be for people at his level. And I don't know, maybe he's just even more deviously canny than I'm saying, because maybe he just figures, well, if I, Edward Condon, say there's nothing here in this report, nobody will bother to go any further.
Both MacDonald and Allen Hynek fought tenaciously against the acceptance of Condon's conclusions within the scientific community, but it was a losing battle. The Air Force shut down Blue Book, and Kehoe's NICAP went into a steep membership decline. MacDonald sunk into a depression from marital problems and would soon take his own life. Hynek soldiered on, founding the Center for UFO Studies, but the ground was shifting in a fundamental way.
As proof of the extraterrestrial hypothesis remained elusive, some ufologists began to look in other directions.
As the late 60s saw the planet as a whole, undivided by artificial boundaries, The decade had also brought into the culture the Eastern notion of expanded consciousness, and tagging along its frequent fellow travelers, the paranormal and the occult.
In 1969, Jacques Vallée wrote a book called Passport to Magonia, where he links modern UFOs to traditional beliefs about fairies, demons, gods, entities of various kinds.
Jacques Vallée had been one of Allen Hynek's graduate astronomy students, and Vallée's influence had been one of the reasons for Hynek's change of heart on UFOs. In his new book, Vallée pointed out that the reports of fairy encounters of yore and modern UFO occupant reports had many qualities in common. In Europe, many researchers embraced this idea, that UFOs were the modern face of an old phenomenon, one that was psychosocial in nature, not extraterrestrial.
The whole premise was that these things couldn't be happening. This was implicit. It was really the debunking view by another more pretentious name. And so there was this great effort to study the most extreme kinds of experiential claims, and without really much empirical investigation or documentation, just claiming that by their nature they were explainable as the witnesses' deep-seated psychological or spiritual needs, often ascribed to witnesses that the writers had never met and knew nothing about except what they had reported.
As if to offset all this armchair theorizing, 1973 saw a massive UFO wave. In one spectacular episode, 4 Ohio National Guardsmen reported narrowly averting a collision with an object that stopped for a few seconds above them.
It was so close to us. At that time, I was concerned that we might have a blade strike because I could see the tips of the rotor blades reflecting off the light, and it was awful close to that. And it was, as they say, this big thing in front of us, big black solid thing, because the stars were gone in front of us. I don't know, I'm guessing 80 feet maybe long.
What were you thinking when you looked at it?
I was awestruck.
The entire event was observed by a family on the ground. Philip J. Klass, an aviation journalist and the arch UFO skeptic now that Donald Menzel had retired, explained that what the guardsmen saw was a slow-moving meteor.
That's worse than swamp. That's worse than swamp gas.
Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon.
But as the times grew in uncertainty, so it seemed did the will to believe in cause and effect connections that strained facts, especially archaeological ones.
Our lot didn't know about astronauts, but we do.
The 1974 documentary Chariots of the Gods popularized the notion that the mysterious wonders of the ancient world were attributable to alien astronauts. The film grossed $25 million.
The giant drawings must have been made for someone arriving by air.
But if extraterrestrials had made contact with our primitive ancestors, they remained stubbornly aloof from us, except apparently in rare incidents. One in particular that revealed that a face-to-face encounter with an advanced non-human intelligence might have profoundly disturbing undercurrents. Toward the end of 1975, in the forests of northern Arizona, a truck carrying home 6 loggers stopped when they noticed a glowing object in a clearing. Travis Walton jumped out and walked towards it. His friends told the police that they took off in fright when they saw him knocked flying by a bright blue flash, and that when they returned 15 minutes later, he was gone and so was the object. 5 days later, a shaken and dazed Travis Walton called from a roadside phone. He didn't remember much about what happened, but he would never forget the moments after he regained consciousness.
I was in a lot of pain, and I didn't remember what had happened at first. But then that kind of came back to me, but I still didn't put it together with where I was. I was thinking that I'd been hurt and they'd taken me to a hospital, and that, you know, that's where I was, that there's sounds of movement around me, that these were doctors, and, you know, things were under control. there was some sort of a device pressing down on my chest, and all of the pain and everything made me feel like I just better stay still, because that's what you do in a situation when you're being treated. Right. But I don't think I was being treated. When I finally could focus my eyes and saw where I was and saw these creatures, just to look into the eyes of something, a thinking creature that wasn't human. It was just, it was a shock that, that instant is something that'll never leave me.
By the late 70s, requests made under the new U.S. Freedom of Information Act were revealing a fascinating series of incidents at Minuteman missile bases along the U.S.-Canada border, and showing that despite the end of Project Blue Book, the Air Force continued to investigate UFO reports involving its personnel and facilities. It was a period of flux, when the modern history of the phenomenon was about to make a radical course change. The fateful moment arrived as a tip from a television station manager.
Out of the blue, he says, the guy you ought to talk to is Jesse Marcel. And brilliant investigator that I am, I said, who's he? And he says, oh, he handled the wreckage of one of those saucers you're interested in. He was in the military. What?
The events related by Major Jesse Marcel, retired, former intelligence officer of the 509th Atomic Bomb Wing at Roswell, New Mexico, would provide the seed for a crashed saucer story that would take root and grow like an enormous weed to overrun the UFO landscape. Witnesses were discovered who reported a massive recovery operation. More witnesses came forward claiming they saw wreckage and bodies.
By 1980, we talked to 62 people. By 85, it was 92 people.
Around the same time, the memo that Wilbert Smith wrote to his superiors in Ottawa back in 1950 was discovered in his papers. The one reporting on his conversation with Defense Research Board scientist Dr. Robert Sarbucker that a crashed saucer was being analyzed by a small group of top-level scientists led by Defense Research Board Chief Vannevar Bush. Sarbucker was still alive, and when contacted, he confirmed the contents of the Smith memo. It seemed that a cover-up was finally beginning to unravel. Then, in the mid-'80s,
documents began to appear, documents of unknown provenance, for the most part.
The MJ-12 documents seemed to confirm the Roswell crash in the New Mexico desert. They purported to be an eyes-only briefing given in 1952 to Dwight Eisenhower about Operation Majestic 12, an above top-secret project dealing with crashed saucers and their occupants. Prominently mentioned was Dr. Vannevar Bush, thus seeming to confirm Wilbert Smith's memo. Also present others who weighed heavily in the history of the phenomenon, including the arch-debunker Dr. Donald Menzel, confirming many a UFO researcher's suspicion that debunkers are really government agents. Also looking for coded messages from the stars, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, or SETI projects, were getting underway. One of the major objections by the scientific community to the idea of flying saucers zipping around our planet was the limiting factor of the speed of light, a consequence of Einstein's special theory of relativity. If nothing could travel faster than light, a jaunt to just the nearest star would take an absolute minimum of 4.5 years. Therefore, scientists reasoned that if anyone traveled the vast distances, even in our local neighborhood, it would be very rarely. And it wouldn't look like the seeming traffic jam being reported. So SETI project started up with the idea that smart aliens would stay home and contact us by an interstellar version of an inexpensive long-distance card. Of course, all this assumes that the speed of light cannot be sidestepped in ways unknown to our present physics. Given the ever-changing history of physical laws over the last few hundred years, that assumption would appear to be more a leap of faith than science.
it's also part of the in-training of a scientist to set borders on what that scientist believes is the nature of reality. And it's a lot more comfortable if you have the arrogance that you think you're going to explain everything sooner or later, to have a rather narrow set of fences.
The early 90s saw growing media fascination with the Roswell incident. New Mexico House Representative Stephen Schiff asked the Air Force about it and hit a bureaucratic stone wall. Annoyed by the lack of response, he requested the General Accounting Office to investigate Air Force communications in and out of Roswell in 1947. The Air Force subsequently decided to conduct their own inquiry.
First of all, the report was prepared by counterintelligence people within the Air Force. It's a case of the fox, guarding the hen house, I think.
The Air Force report was prepared by the same Pentagon personnel that many researchers believe had authored the MJ-12 documents. Its 998 pages concluded that there was indeed a cover-up, but it was only of debris from a secret Project Mogul balloon launch that had gone missing. Moguls were huge balloon assemblies intended to explore the possibility of remotely monitoring Soviet A-bomb tests. But there were multiple problems with the explanation. First of all, there was no definitive evidence outside of one scientist's 50-year-old memory that the particular Mogul launch had ever taken place. And then, even leaving aside the multiple witness testimony about the unearthly nature of the material recovered, the apparent size and secrecy of the recovery operation itself, and the reported threats made to witnesses about keeping silent, there remained the simple fact that Mogul assemblies were mostly weather balloons, tinfoil, and balsa wood. So how would the chief intelligence officer, as well as the base commander, mistake such mundane material and announce it to the world as a flying saucer? Also somewhat damning was that the General Accounting Office found that all communications in and out of the Roswell base for the period had been destroyed without authorization. But as there was no smoking gun, Roswell would remain a mystery. Today, if the interpretations of the UFO phenomenon have changed dramatically since 1947, they still seem to be defined by those ancient catalysts of myth, fear and hope. And if the major media now mostly ignore the subject, the internet boils over with it. Tens of millions of hits on UFOs will bring up countless photos and videos, and the conspiracy wrinkle of the moment. There's little doubt that fringe mythology now obscures the actual phenomenon, marginalizing it more than at any time in its history. So even though people continue to see the same things in the sky, and surveys show that half the population believe we're being visited, there remains little possibility that a serious scientific study will take up the question.
We in academia have it made, after all. Especially scientists in academia. We're kind of at the top of the pecking order. And in order to maintain that illusion, which is what it is, we've got to not appear the fool. So the majority of the scientific community is a very non-risk-taking group of people that live in a rather small reality and are in fact scared of things which seem to be outside that reality.
The reality, almost never mentioned with this subject, is that our universe is 13.7 billion years old, and our solar system formed only 4.6 billion years ago. That makes us, in all probability, the new kids on a very old block. In all likelihood, the first advanced intelligence in our galaxy has at least a few billion years head start on us. In other words, the version of contact that we typically imagine, the version that has us as more or less equal, is almost certainly a myth we create to shield us from a reality that is beyond our ability to understand. The belief by many that if we're being visited, they'd stop by and say hello may make about as much sense as us leaning over an anthill and saying, "Take me to your leader." In this light, the suggestion that a far more advanced intelligence might create an intermediate hybrid race to communicate with or to absorb an emerging civilization is an idea hardly less reasonable than any other.
We lived our little drama.
Still, it may turn out that the debunkers are right. The unknown objects flying around our atmosphere just mistaken identity, the wishful thinking of our race as it looks out on a vast mystery. But of the countless thousands of reports worldwide since 1947, there are at least many hundreds that are strongly compelling. Multiple observers, simultaneous instrument trackings, performance that defies our understanding of physics. Are all of them just the mythic projection of our hopes and fears? Our unconscious way of seeing our meaning in a universe that seems indifferent to our presence?
And in the center, just you and me.
Or are they a mysterious reality from which our myths take root and grow and lead us onward towards our destiny? Though I've never seen anything that's unambiguously a UFO, after spending a few years on this, I'd say if some of these things are not someone from somewhere else, you could blow me over with a feather. I'm still standing.
In the early years, the early decades of the 20th century, Charles Fort, who was an eccentric American writer, collected these reports and reports of other kinds of extraordinary anomalies, natural or paranatural. And in a book published in 1919 called The Book of the Damned, actually presented the first draft of what would be called the extraterrestrial hypothesis, theorizing that these events and these sites and these reports suggested the presence of otherworldly visitors. When UFOs appeared and became an international sensation in the summer of 1947 and after that, within days of Kenneth Arnold's sighting on June 24, 1947, speculation about Martian visitors began to appear in the press. Almost all of it came from people who had read Charles Fort's book. Charles Fort himself had died in 1932. But that was the people who first thought these things could be from outer space. Otherwise, people thought they were Russian experiments or secret aircraft experiments of the Navy, or there were all kinds of natural explanations. Some people thought they were an artifact of atomic testing and so on. Not very many people, except the followers of Charles Fort, were thinking about spaceships from other planets. But eventually, by the mid-1950s, the association of UFOs and extraterrestrial visitors was quite widespread, but it wasn't automatic and natural. It took a while. In fact, some of the first people who thought that UFOs could be extraterrestrial spacecraft were in the Air Force, because people in the Air Force understood just how extraordinary the apparent technology of these things was. They knew that there was no earthly power that could duplicate that technology. They understood that in a way the general public probably didn't.
Well, no one truly knows exactly what was going on. However, we know that since T2 Intelligence was doing aeronautical analysis from the German technology that they brought back from World War II, from the Russians, that these objects obviously were not coming from Russia, nor were they coming from the stash of old aircraft and the Horten brothers and things in Germany at the time. So they could only come to one conclusion. They're not ours, they're not theirs, they're from somewhere else. And this kind of put a big kibosh on the military careers of many of the people at T2 Intelligence at Wright Field.
According to the story, all the copies of the estimate of the situation were destroyed, but that couldn't have been true, because, as a matter of fact, we have several people who said they saw one including Captain Ruppelt himself and the Pentagon's major person at the so-called UFO desk in 1952, Major Dewey Fournet.
They said that it was interplanetary and that it was intelligently controlled and interplanetary. Fournet, who saw the whole document, said, listen, these guys were trying to shake the tree up in Washington. This was a preliminary thing, and he said he didn't see that he read the report, he didn't see that they had the evidence to make this conclusion. But it's an estimate of the situation. 10 minutes after you write, I worked in intelligence. 10 minutes after you write an estimate of the situation, it's stale.
The first major UFO proponent was a retired Marine Corps major named Donald Kehoe. Kehoe worked in the Pentagon. He had once been an aide to Colonel Charles Lindbergh. He had all kinds of contacts. He was a popular writer. He wrote stories, adventure stories in pulp magazines, usually with an aviation theme.
He also wrote fiction stories about World War I flying. And I read those things every time they came out. 10 cents a copy of the pulp magazines. Beautiful things.
So when True magazine, which was a very popular men's magazine back years and years ago, decided that it wanted to look into the question of what flying saucers were, it thought, well, Don Kehoe is a good guy. He's got all these Pentagon contacts. He knows about aviation, knows a lot of pilots, and many pilots are reporting UFOs. So he spent about 8 months investigating the story for True magazine, and the article that he published in the January 1950 issue of True was titled, "The Flying Saucers Are Real."
And Donald Kehoe became probably the most important person in the history of UFOs. That article, which came at the very end of the year, was sort of a psychological bomb for many people because it seemed to expose a hypocrisy in Air Force intelligence, and not only that, seemed to rather clearly point to the extraterrestrial hypothesis.
When he was making a discussion with me, and he was essentially telling me, that I was not doing the right thing to the job. And I told him that, well, in a way, it's your fault, because if you hadn't written those stories and gotten me so interested in the Air Force, I wouldn't be here.
Did they make you want to be a pilot or something?
Yes, it did.
Kehoe concluded from interviewing his Air Force contacts, interviewing pilots, other credible witnesses, that flying saucers were coming to Earth probably from Mars. That sounds rather ridiculous today, but in those days, even many reputable scientists thought it was at least possible that Mars harbored an intelligent civilization. This was before the space probes and other advances told us that this was not possible. But at the time, it was considered a reasonable speculation that Mars was inhabited. Kehoe thought they were peaceful. They were coming here with good intentions, but they were afraid of us because we had sent our interceptor aircraft after them. And so they were shy about establishing contact. But they were watching us, and they'd started watching us intensely because they began monitoring our atomic bombs. This was a version of the extraterrestrial hypothesis for the UFO age. In 1957, he assumed directorship of an organization called the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, which brought together all kinds of people with solid professional and middle-class credentials to argue for interplanetary visitation, to lobby for congressional hearings. NICAP began as a hugely ambitious operation, but the funding that Kehoe had counted on did not materialize. That's an interesting story in itself. But in the late 1950s, up until the later 1960s, Kehoe and NICAP represented respectable pro-UFO opinion. And this was at a time when, although there was a great deal of skepticism, the idea that UFOs could be real, even extraterrestrial, was not quite the marginalized idea that it would become in later years.
I think that scientists at the time, despite the interest that was there in possible life in outer space and the knowledge of astronomy and what was possible in terms of solar systems and chemistry in the galaxy, scientists basically had literally no conception that aliens could potentially visit here.
You trust the big paradigm maker at the time. And the big paradigm maker at the time is Einstein, and by gum, you don't go against Einstein. He told you this. He put the 10-pound finger on you. You cannot go faster than the speed of light.
Special relativity and the speed of light, how much impact did that have in scientists' ability to take a look?
I think in considering the possibility of, let's say, ET visitation or even ourselves going out and exploring other stars in the future, even though general relativity had come along and it actually changed that picture, most scientists with an instant response would think on special relativity terms and say, well, the velocity of light is a limitation. You can't go faster than the speed of light. And therefore, to conceive of us exploring stars or other people coming here, it's too far. They just can't get from here to there. We might explore our own solar system, but that's probably as far as we're going to get. But the truth of the matter is that in general relativity, that's not the case. There are options there. And in fact, one of my favorite examples was when Carl Sagan was putting together his book and movie Contact. He wanted to have some kind of more or less instant connection to faraway locales, and so he approached Kip Thorne at Caltech, who was a friend of his, and says, I want this to be as scientifically reasonable as possible. And so Kip decided to look into the possibility out of general relativity that you could beat the speed of light. Well, it turns out that in general relativity, we can begin to talk about manipulating the space-time variables, which was not the case in special relativity. And then, in fact, you could, say, make wormholes, which is sort of be like subways through space or whatever. So he came back and told Carl, no, you can incorporate that. But he got sufficiently interested as a theoretical physicist that he began having his graduate students look into these more bizarre outcomes, predictions from general relativity. And so, in fact, they came up with ways that you could beat the speed of light with the so-called wormhole shortcuts through space-time. But, of course, now that's become a very legitimate area of general relativity research. And so there's a lot of work going on looking at wormholes, so-called warp drives. In the end, it may turn out that wormholes, there's a possibility of engineering them, and people are still looking at that, at least the principles of it. Warp drive is, as far as we can see, is going to be tough. Well, here we are at the beginning of the 21st century, and so we know there's going to be a 24th and a 28th and a 30th century science. And the scientists of those years are going to look back and see how primitive we were. So really a scientist, if he's up to it, can't rule out anything.
I have several editions of an astronomy textbook out, and I talk about this limit of the speed of light, and I put a footnote in there saying something like, at least according to our current understanding of physics. And I got a moderately irate letter from some scientist, this is outrageous that you would put this in. And I thought, well, how outrageous for him, is he really on record that our physics of 1987 or whenever this was is the last word? I mean, it doesn't mean you should start assuming things can go faster than light, but you just shouldn't assume that we know everything. And as Arthur Clarke said, any superior intelligence is going to look like magic to us. Anything that violates our crude understanding of the universe that we have.
We have to assume that our understanding of the universe
Sure we do, yeah. And you have to be ready for the thing that's out there that violates it.
I'm always reminded back in the late 1890s how the head of the British Academy of Science said, we know it all, we're just wrapping up the details.
And there's who was it Haldane or one of the famous British scientists, the space flight is utter bilge is a famous line.
I mean, I love Planck's phrase, which can be paraphrased, that is, how does science go forward? And he says, funeral by funeral.
So I really don't think it was only light speed. Again, it was more sociological, psychological, and philosophical reasoning that led scientists to reject UFO sightings. Now, there's another one there too. This is a corollary to the if we don't know it, if we aren't aware of it, it can't be true. We the scientists will not use data that comes from the public, that comes from the great unwashed. And of course, physicists and astronomers, well, at least the physicists don't ever do this, or chemists. Astronomers do a little bit with amateur astronomers, but other scientists don't, and they're just not used to saying, well, we could be getting some valuable evidence from people who are out there.
One of the themes that comes out in the early history of ufology was that the UFOs weren't actually there for investigation, but the people who reported them were. And this is what led to a whole group of psychological kinds of interpretations, and then they were essentially negative ones. The person's stupid, they're lying, they're drunk, they don't know what they're talking about, they're crazy. And then you let off the hook, right? There's no real challenge to science. There's no real challenge to what you currently believe, because it's this person's problem, something wrong with them. So you don't have to rethink things like interstellar travel, interdimensionality, whatever, might or might not be out there.
There was a terrific example of this that's in my chapter in there, and it was a Russian spacecraft satellite called Zond 4, I think it was. And that was a big rocket booster, and that re-entered over the United States, came in through the atmosphere, as we know from modern films and the disastrous shuttle breakup and things like that. These things come in, start to glow, they get hot from friction with the atmosphere, they start to break up just like a meteorite or a fireball, and you get a string of fragments. And I've actually seen one of these. I saw one of the shuttle tanks re-enter over Hawaii once, and it's amazing, it's remarkable. It's like a big mass of fireworks. The one I saw, they were all kind of sparkling, and they're moving across the sky together, because there's like the big piece out in front and some smaller pieces behind. And they're slowly spreading out, but what you see moving across the sky is that string of lights together. And we could say that's the perception in this case. Now, I was given on the Condon Commission a folder of what I remember is something like 150 or 200 reports of this. And one of the strangest things I experienced there was that in general, the people who knew what they were looking at, the people who said, gee, that must be a satellite re-entering the atmosphere and breaking up, they gave the shortest and crispest reports. I saw this bright thing, some lights in the sky, I think maybe it was a satellite breaking up. It's kind of the end of the story. The people who most badly misconceived it, they conceived that they saw something else, gave the most elaborate and detailed reports. And some great examples of that. There were even a progression of stages. There were the people who, as I say, the people who said, oh, this is satellite, end of story. Then there were the people who were describing what they saw, and they said, I saw a string of lights in a kind of in a line moving across the sky. Well, that's basically absolutely accurate. Great example of the perception correctly reported as a conception, and so on. Then there were people who started introducing a very subtle difference. There were people who said, I saw a set of lights flying in formation across the sky. A little bit of a different idea there. It's the idea that somehow they're under control. I just was re-looking at that chapter that I wrote, and I noticed there was a person who said they were flying in perfect military formation. Now, if you know what he saw, that's not a bad description. But on the other hand, if you come in and you're talking to this guy the next day and he says, I saw these things flying in military formation, you think, well, were these really a bunch of different craft flying along in military formation? That's not what he saw, but that's his conception. Right. And then finally, we get to this end, as I say, with the detailed descriptions. There were people who said, I saw a black cigar-shaped object with a row of lights. And of course, they didn't see the black cigar-shaped object. They conceived that it had to be there, because there had to be something for those lights to be attached to. Then there were the people who said, I saw a black cigar-shaped object with a row of lighted windows. And we absolutely had reports like that. And then the last 2 or 3 that were the furthest off, I saw the cigar-shaped object, the windows, it was so close we could have seen people inside the windows if there had been anybody in there. My dog was barking and whimpering, and there were fires in the fields outside of town the next day, and all of that. And you come in as either an experienced and maybe an inexperienced UFO investigator, looking for reports of alien craft. Those sound like pretty good reports. And so, they're all the same thing, and they were all a satellite breaking up in the atmosphere. So really tough to translate those into real understanding.
As proof of the extraterrestrial hypothesis remained elusive, some ufologists began to look in other directions. And some of the more Fortean-inclined ufologists, the ones who were attracted to the idea that UFOs were part of a broad range of anomalies and mysteries, speculation grew that there weren't extraterrestrial visitors, that these were actually paranormal entities.
This is around what year, Drew?
In the 1960s, about the mid-1960s, the idea begins to form that UFOs really aren't what they appear to be. They may not even be craft, they may not even represent a technology in the ordinarily understood sense of those words, that these were actually shape-shifting entities from some unknown other world, a parallel universe, a demonic realm, something like that. And there was an attempt to link flying saucers not only with other weird phenomena that people reported, like strange creatures and so on, but also to traditional folkloric entities like fairies and angels and demons, which were also interpreted as not literal entities, but as representations of kind of cultural expectations about supernatural experience. These things existed in some sense. The experiences of them were real, but excuse me.
Okay, no problem.
But they weren't what they appeared to be. That they really were something else, representing some kind of unknown other reality. The most influential writers in this new school were Jacques Vallée and John Keel. In 1969, Jacques Vallée wrote a book called Passport to Magonia, where he links modern UFOs to traditional beliefs about fairies, demons, gods, entities of various kinds.
At the time Passport to Magonia was published, it was looked on more as an ancient astronaut type text rather than a real subversion of the whole extraterrestrial hypothesis. Most people read it and said, well, okay, the aliens must have been around from time immemorial. This is just more evidence for the same. But in fact, what Vallée was saying was something quite different, was that UFOs are just a part of some larger mystery.
John Keel, who was much less intellectually sophisticated, but just as influential as Vallée, wrote several books in which he revived traditional demonology. And he argued that UFOs and their entities and all kinds of other strange creatures were literally demonic entities. He didn't say they were from hell, but he renamed hell the super spectrum. The super spectrum was also related to the traditional occult idea of the etheric realm, a realm on another level of vibrational frequency.
It did sort of mesh with the spirit of the times. The idea is getting away from technology, scientists and government as the good guys, which you see in all those 1950s monster outer space movies. The heroes are always scientists and soldiers. Complete revolution there. They become the villains, and the counterculture, the notion of a new age, belief in a more spiritual sort of thing becomes very popular. So this idea of Vallée is that there might be some kind of mysterious force in almost a Star Wars sense.
The control mechanism.
Yeah, is out there and is responsible for many manifestations of the paranormal. That quickly caught on.
Now, to critics, this was really an abdication of reason, logic, and science, that this was really a reversion to magical thinking and a rejection of science and reason as the right tools with which to investigate phenomena. But the absence of conclusive proof for these, extraordinary phenomena was very frustrating to a lot of people. And some people had come to this less as scientists than as mystery mongers. They weren't really hard, clear thinkers. Vallée was trained as a scientist. Vallée was trained as an astrophysicist. Vallée was intellectually sophisticated and not as inclined to rank paranoia as Keel and his followers were, but still underlying his reading of what was going on was really magical thinking that really had as much to do with traditional occultism as with science. Out of the paranormal school of ufological theory, there evolved the so-called psychosocial hypothesis, which actually rejected paranormal processes, but did see UFO reports and experiences as part of a broad range of folkloric, supernatural phenomena. But instead of ascribing them to demons or parallel universes or some other unknowable place, held them to be psychological phenomena, sometimes extraordinary psychological phenomena. This school really grew among European ufologists, and to this day is fairly popular in Europe, representing a kind of skeptical ufology, which is making its own variety of extraordinary claims.
They tend very much to look for answers in what you might call tradition. The idea that that certain ideas have been passed along. They want to find cultural antecedents. Here's the same imagery as abductions. We can find it in science fiction. We can find it in stories of fairy kidnap. You can find it in all sorts of cultural predecessors. That doesn't mean that there's some kind of organizing force. It just means that it has something to do with the way we think and believe. And there's really no mysterious unknown phenomenon involved.
Critics of paranormal and psychosocial approaches to UFO theory pointed out that there is a body of physical evidence for the presence of something anomalous that seems irreducible, that doesn't seem amenable to prosaic explanation or to being contained within known knowledge at this stage. And so they would respond to psychosocial theorists and paranormalists as saying, this isn't all just airy-fairy stuff. This isn't all subjective. There actually is some objective evidence that something strange is going on. And the paranormalists and the psychosocial skeptics could never really adequately rebut this argument. And eventually, some ufologists who had gone over to the paranormal or psychosocial side said, yes, the physical evidence is really the core evidence. It really is at the core of the controversy.
It's amazing how quickly galaxies are formed. The Hubble Space Telescope did a couple of very deep surveys, very long exposures, to look for the most distant clusters and individual galaxies, and found that galaxies formed sometime around the first billion-year age of the universe. And so that means the stars, of course, which constitute galaxies, have been around that long. So a civilization could be rather old. You have to assume, of course, that evolution took place, and that takes some time. But certainly civilizations at least 1 billion years older than ours are theoretically possible, maybe even much older than that.
The first one generation of stars has to go by, I think 4 to 5 billion years for heavy
Well,
elements.
it depends. I mean, the very heaviest stars evolve pretty quickly. They evolve in time scales of even less than 1 billion years.
Oh.
So it's possible that there could be civilizations that are very, very old.
What would the limit, you think, be?
Well, just say 10 billion years. That'd be about twice as old as the...
a civilization could be 10 billion years, or?
Well, I suppose so. I mean, if a civilization evolved during the first, say, 4 billion years of existence of the universe, then that's not out of the question. More conservatives say it's easy to imagine a civilization at least 1 billion years older than we are. Yeah. Leave it at that. 10 billion, well, it's kind of stretching it, but it's not out of the question in my view.
The universe is really old compared to our age. Not super old, because you can imagine one 1 trillion years old, and we're not nearly close to that, but it's pretty old. And what that means is, and particularly with recent astronomical discoveries, is that in fact the average civilization in the galaxy, how can I even speak of that? Because just pick the average age of a planet like Earth. In other words, in a solar system, what would be the average age of a solar system, or like a sun-like solar system? The answer is 1 billion years older than ours. So when you start imagining what a 1 billion-year-old civilization would be like, the answer is, I can't imagine it. So I can imagine almost anything, including, yes, the Earth is just a place to come and enjoy the local natives and or what have you. But it really means that almost anything is possible, to be honest. So I find it difficult. My mind does begin to reel, actually, when I think about billion-year civilizations.
Well, so a lot of people will say something like, what would a technology be like that's 1 billion years in advance of us? I say, hey, I don't need 1 billion years. Give me 1,000 years. And if you don't think that would be kind of amazing, just think back 1,000 years and hand some guy living in the 11th century a light bulb, let alone a generator or a nuclear power plant.
I have an answer.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that may have been left out of the famous Drake equation about trying to estimate what fraction of solar systems have planets, what fraction of those planets have life, blah, 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 is that technical civilizations may only last 1,000 years or 10,000 years. I don't know. I'm not sure we can be that optimistic about our own culture, what we're seeing.
It's true. We may replace
and whether we get off the Earth and get out there before we use up all the resources. I mean, we may only have one shot at doing that. So it may be that the fraction of cultures that are around long enough to be interested is small. Plus, then there's the evolutionary window that you're only a species for 10 million years. That's kind of the turnover time for evolution. So the idea that cultures, once they achieve space travel, remain interested in everybody else, seems small to me. I don't think that's probably likely.
I guess the point is simply that Fermi's paradox is a bigger paradox now than it was 50, 60 years ago when Fermi first made his famous quip. So we've got to face up to it, and I think that the problem is that the scientific community is unwilling to consider the possibility that in this giant morass, which is the field of UFO reports, that there might be lurking some really valid signal. It's just a mindset that can't be, and I think that's actually to the detriment of science.
I and Bernie Hayes, Bruce Maccabee, Jim Deardorff put together a paper for the Journal of the British Interplanetary Society, which is a very well-respected journal, and first covered we began with Fermi's paradox, famous claimed expression by Fermi, which did take place when he said, well, all astrophysicists looking out at all those stars and all those galaxies know that unless we want to really be pumped up with hubris, there's got to be other ET civilizations out there. Furthermore, if you look at the statistics of travel, even if you're very conservative and say you can't beat the speed of light, and each time you go to a new star, you stay there for 1,000,000 years before you go off to look at another star, nonetheless, you end up saying the galaxy should be colonized by now. Because after all, we're a relatively young star. We're less than 4 billion years old. We've got stars in our galaxy 10 billion years old. That's plenty of time for us to be colonized, so where are they? And the answer at the time, this is back in, I don't know, 40s, 50s, was, well, probably speed of light limitation. So looking at that, we said, okay, well, that limitation now has begun to evaporate due to the new understandings and predictions coming out of general relativity. So that's not the issue. Well, what about what Condon said in his report? Well, that's not really an issue either, because we now have better data, better sightings, more evidence. So it finally came down to, at least in that paper, we talked about a couple of cases that Bruce Maccabee had been directly involved investigating that seemed pretty good. And then you finally get to the issue of, well, if that's the case, then why don't we see the evidence? Well, you can claim that UFO sightings are possibly evidence, but of course that hasn't met the scientific standard of really being proven. And then the question is, well, if they're kind of here but they're not showing themselves, why is that? One possibility is that if you're a super advanced race, you've got super advanced technology, what's of value to you? You don't need slaves, you don't need minerals out of the ground, you don't need this, you don't need that. You can basically make whatever you want. So the only thing of value would be the intellectual property and creativity of an uncontaminated species. Uncontaminated. Uncontaminated being the key. So they show up here and say, whoa, internal combustion machine, who would have thought of that? Or look at those musical scales. Now that's really something. And but the minute they land and we shake their hands, 100 years were them, and we've lost our value. And also, as we know from interacting with primitive societies, the shock can disrupt the society. Presumably they would know that too. So what Deardorff likes to point out is that, okay, they're not going to make themselves immediately known for obvious reasons, because it would destroy our value to them. On the other hand, and it would be a shock. And on the other hand, they know it's only a matter of time, even if it's only when we get our own spaceships, go out there and run into them. So we do have to kind of be brought along in our maturity to accept this as a possibility. And so kind of a covert peekaboo process would be the favored one. And, you know, that could be the case. Obviously, we don't know for sure.
There's almost nothing I can think of good that would come from landing and making contact with another civilization that is not either comparable to yours in development or is so sophisticated that they can handle it. And when you think about the scenarios we can all dream of, science fiction, about contacting, in other words, we're the aliens and we have this ability to travel, we develop this technology, we start flying around the galaxy, we encounter another civilization that's less advanced than us, would we land? And the answer is, I certainly would not.
I certainly wouldn't.
Yeah. And I won't go through the long, long list of bad things that can happen, but it is a long list. And so it, by the way, raises the question of when could contact even occur. When you think about it that way, and you realize that despite all the science fiction stuff, in fact, I think that societies would pull back from contact and not do it. When does it happen, actually? And that, to me, is the more profound question. And I don't have an answer to that.
There is an awful lot of assuming that they would be like us, and I tend to fall into that trap frequently. Pretty hard. And it's very hard not to do it. It may be, of course, that if the extraterrestrial intelligence was sufficiently different from us, we would not recognize it. We would not know it was there. We couldn't make sense of it. and possibly vice versa. But certainly we don't know how technology is going to progress. Right now, it seems to be accelerating, going very, very fast. Will it level off? Will it taper? Will there be various plateaus? But the differentness of extraterrestrial intelligence is something that has to be taken into account when we think about the possibilities of contact and if contact is going to occur. And, we might not notice it. I mean, sad but true.
Well, there could be good reasons why they don't say hello. It could be that they're trying to keep our civilization from suddenly imploding because we're encountering something that's beyond our ability to assimilate. It could be that this is part of the plan to bring a new civilization into the fold, to gradually expose the phenomenon. I think that there are a lot of reasons why they wouldn't just come and land here if they so chose.
Our own experience with South Pacific civilizations encountering European technology, in the 19th century, should answer the question. I mean, those civilizations were practically destroyed.
Well, in fact, it's true. When we encountered ourselves more primitive civilizations, we tended to destroy them, but it may be even more severe than that. I mean, we don't tend to try to initiate contact with a group of ants, do we? We don't know how far advanced a civilization might be. I'd be surprised if we were tens of thousands, but certainly decades or even centuries I would see as a possible timescale for making contact known. If you look at UFO reports, they're oftentimes extremely convincing to the people who see them, who witness them, but the event never lasts long enough, never has enough exposure to sort of rise to the surface of national attention. And it could be that is part of a deliberate strategy. I mean, that could be one way to gradually make us collectively as a civilization realize that there's more to reality than what we experience every day around us, but without suddenly upsetting the whole apple cart, without suddenly sort of challenging all of our structures and our politics and our economics, which could be very devastating.
Here's another thought. Maybe it's already taking place. Maybe that, flying around or whatever in a kind of liminal way, right at the margins of our reality, is in fact the first step towards a contact. That contact would not be something which would be abrupt, but maybe is designed to take place over thousands of years, so that the impact on us is...
Yeah, this is actually how, if I were in charge, how I would manage contact. And this is sort of getting back to this idea of the dawning realization that, if everyone reaches the same conclusion at once, it would be very exciting. If slowly more and more people are drawn into one position or the other, and then finally there's just a very small group of holdouts that maintain a contrary view. Why, in the case of something like contact, if we're talking about civilizations billions of years older than us, what would be the rush? In modern North America, we're always in a rush. We wouldn't think of building a cathedral, say, over a period of 800 years, as was done in medieval times, give or take a few years. But if something were truly momentous, then indeed it could take place very, very slowly over many people's lifetimes. And what this would mean, if it were to take place over many people's lifetimes, is that there would always be a growing group of people who quote, think something's going on, with a lot of other people who still don't agree with them. But why would there be a rush requirement in something as delicate and portentous, you might say, as contacting another civilization?
Well, this becomes more just trite, which is that you're ready for it. I mean, you're really ready for it, meaning that you are at such a level that it will not affect your social mores, it will not affect your technological underpinnings, because in fact, the best way for aliens to completely screw us up is to land here and say, here's the box for free energy, go use it. And all of a sudden everything here just falls apart. Why there have to be gasoline stations? Oh gee, all those people just lost their jobs. And why? I mean, you just go on and on and on, and just the whole place becomes a nightmare of, So you have to have a society that can handle this contact, whatever that means. And I can just conceive of it in my 21st century, small human mind here, which I don't think is big enough necessarily get our arms around it. But I do think we're a long way away from it. But what would be the appropriate moment for contact? And so That's another reason why I'm pessimistic. I used about scientists. I think I'm realistic about whether or not we can expect contact, and my realism says no, actually.
It's an interesting set of challenges. I personally am not as worried about these sort of fierce, destructive aliens as a lot of people are, because I think what we're finding out through political science is that there are a lot of forces that tend to put really aggressive societies out of business. And it's not a popular message when I talk to people who've read the morning paper. It's less popular now with what's going on in the Mideast, but there's a lot of growing evidence within political science on the kinds of conditions that lead to peaceful coexistence and why they're likely to prevail. And what I have to do as a psychologist is, if I'm trying to imagine what ET might be like, is while being aware of the problem of anthropocentrism and anthropomorphism and so forth, is to try to say, okay, now what's out there that seems to be pretty robust? What is there out there that we have learned that applies in different historical epochs, that cuts across cultures and may cut across species? And those are the things that I see as fairly useful hypotheses, to try to follow up.
Such as?
Interstellar tit for tat or negotiation. That if in fact you find a communicative civilization, and if in fact there is a way to communicate in a time frame that's meaningful, what you do is you indicate an interest in collaboration and getting along, sharing information and so forth, but you don't just sort of give it all away at once. You wait for some sort of reciprocal concession. It's known as the golden rule. It's known as tit for tat. There's a number of other names for it. It appears in science. It appears in biology. It appears in social science. It appears in religion. And given the universality of reciprocal relationships, that's one way to start thinking about bargaining or interacting with ET.
Beginning in the 1970s, and particularly the later 1970s, the UFO abduction phenomenon just seems to explode, where you have people telling the most incredible, fantastic, unbelievable stories of being taken aboard UFOs by humanoid beings and subjected to tests. There are some cases claiming sexual contact between humans and humanoids. Some cases of people claiming they were taken even to other worlds in spaceships. These stories are just fantastically unbelievable. Many of them, though not all of them, are elicited through hypnosis, which has its own problems. But there are also people making conscious claims.
The abduction phenomenon was with us from the beginning, but nobody realized it. It took us about from 1947 to 1961, about 14 years to discover the abduction phenomenon.
These people are different from the contactees. They're not marginal types with a long history of occultism. Most of them don't have any history of confidence crime. They're just normal people. In fact, they pretty much have the profile of other kinds of UFO witnesses to less extraordinary manifestations of the phenomenon.
Well, the first case, the Villas-Boas case in Brazil, was not really widely known in the United States. I mean, the Betty and Barney Hill case was the one that got the front page, so to speak, here. But the Villas-Boas case was reported in England first, in depth. And it was fascinating because the man went out on a tractor and was more or less paralyzed. The creatures came, took him into the craft, and the basic thing is that there was some kind of sexual act which involved him in what seems to be a half alien, half human female figure. His attitude towards the figure was that she made sort of animal-like noises, and but wasn't too unusual looking. I think he said she had red hair, as I remember. But one of the things is that before they had sex, something was put over his body, some liquid or mist or something, which made him throw up. And I always thought that one detail tended to add a lot of veracity, because if you're making up some sort of wild sexual encounter inside a UFO, you're not going to bring in the part that you vomited. That's not going to be. It's not going to make it more pleasant. Well, I think right now it fits the patterns that we've been looking at for a long time. It was when people in the United States, researchers, heard about it, they didn't like it because of the sexual component, the reproductive component. She ostensibly pointed to her belly and then pointed up to the sky, implying that she was going to be carrying his baby. And that was, of course, obviously kind of an upsetting thing for people to have to deal with, because it was so tabloid-ish. But yet, as the thing went on and began finding out more and more about the abduction phenomenon, that became central, this reproductive part, not necessarily the sexual part, but the fact that reproduction is the goal. It's hard to know much about this case, but one of the things is the fact that he was evidently considered by the investigators a very solid citizen, and he went on to become a lawyer, actually, and I think he's now dead. But there was never any sense that he was inventing this, and he seemed to have been pretty terrified by the whole thing.
People were having very odd experiences early on, which we could not possibly interpret or recognize. It wasn't until 1961, here in the United States, when the Barney and Betty Hill case took place, that people began to understand that people were claiming that they were being abducted. At least these people were. Barney and Betty Hill were not like the contactees of the 1950s. They were not charlatans. They weren't trying to make a buck off the deal. They were not people who were prone to telling tall tales and that sort of thing. And consequently, they were taken much more seriously than all the rest of the contactees put together. But one story does not a phenomenon make. And what you're looking for, of course, is patterns. And with Barney and Betty Hill, we didn't quite know how to approach it, how to study it, how to understand what was happening. However, after Barney and Betty Hill, there was a sporadic group of UFO reports of abduction reports that came through from time to time. Still nothing that was looking like a pattern other than the fact that people were being abducted and examined.
The basic thing about that case was, of course, it was the first one we had ever really heard about. It wasn't necessarily the first case. And as I got involved in these cases, looking into them years later, I ran into two that occurred in the 1920s, many that happened in the 1930s and 40s. So it was far from being the first. It was simply the first that we heard about. My history of all this was that I had a sighting in 1964, which is just a sighting. When I read about the Hill case 2 years later, in 66, I just thought it was ridiculous. I couldn't accept it. I could go up to as far as what I had experienced. That was okay. Something flying around that I could observe in the daylight. But an abduction, I thought, just can't accept it. But the more I read about it, the more I began to think I had no real reason to reject this account. These people seemed to have gotten themselves in a great deal of personal trouble by even bringing it up. Actually, they didn't want the story out. And the really interesting thing about it was, of course, that everyone assumed, since this happened on a lonely road in the White Mountains, that this was just a case of two people who were unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, so that it could be seen as an extremely rare event. But in actual fact, of course, well, there's a lot of reason to believe Betty had had a number of experiences before this happened. And Barney's behavior suggests, although I never knew him, that he had had earlier experiences too. But what's crucial about that case is how many facets of the later reports that we've gotten left, right, and the center what came out of that case before we had a chance to even think about it. First, the whole issue of missing time from that case, where they could not recall between point A and point B what happened. The second thing, of course, were the examination on a table and the idea of a reproductive procedure where a needle was put in her navel. They told her it was a some sort of pregnancy test, but at least the word pregnancy gets into that. And a sperm sample was definitely taken from Barney Hill, even though that was not mentioned in the book because it was seen as unseemly. And interestingly, once laparoscopy was developed, we began using the navel as a place of entry medically to see what was going on in the ovaries and so on. But at the time this happened, doctors were saying, oh, a needle in the navel has nothing to do with anything. And of course, the fact that hypnosis, for the first time that we're aware of, was used in that case, administered by a skeptic who didn't like what was happening as the stories emerged. And so there were so many kind of basic issues there that just kept being repeated again and again and again. So in a way, it's really extraordinarily important for the fact that it laid down the terms, although they didn't know that at the time, for what the shape the phenomenon was about to take.
Eventually, the cases began to build up more and more and more and more until they demanded attention. The evidence for them could not be dismissed as the ravings of lunatics. We had to finally figure out a way to investigate these on some sort of level that had depth. This was a very difficult thing to do. What gave us, of course, the entree was hypnosis, and hypnosis was used with the Barney and Betty Hill case. Now, Benjamin Simon, who was a very famous hypnotist at the time, really didn't know how to do hypnosis with abductees, obviously, since nobody did, and didn't know what questions to ask, and didn't know how to interpret the answers. So that's where we actually had to do the most of our learning, was how to investigate this properly using a question and answer technique through hypnosis. And but before that, there was the Pascagoula case, which was in 1973, and the problem with the Pascagoula case was that the main people who were involved with it, Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker, Hickson described aliens that nobody had ever described before, so it didn't fit a pattern, and Parker refused to talk about it. So it was very difficult to get a handle on that case. With the Travis Walton case, a few years later, you have a situation where he's gone for 4.5 or 5 days, and you have actually two events. You have the event of people seeing him being knocked over by a ball of light from a UFO or whatever it was, and then his story, what happened to him after that. So you have two separate accounts here, essentially. He didn't remember much about the abduction event, but the other people remembered seeing him being abducted or seeing him being knocked over or whatever. The point is that Travis, who is remarkably intelligent and well-spoken, has steadfastly decided not to do hypnosis. So he only remembered about 20 minutes or so of what happened to him over a 5-day period.
Of course, that case was important because, apart from the fact that he was taken for 5 days, but it was one of the first cases where people were reporting beings which looked like sort of super perfect normal humans who were interacting with the aliens. we would now think of these beings as hybrids of some sort, whatever. To my recollection, he only did one hypnotic regression with it. And I've gotten to know Travis over the years, and I think extremely highly of him. He's a wonderful man. But the thing is that he's just not wanted to look into it anymore. The thing was sufficiently terrifying to him.
It was a very, very traumatic time. This incredible thing, that how can I relate this to, the guys that were with me, I wasn't really all that close of friends with. I could connect with them on what, the part of the experience that we had shared. But as far as anyone else, there were no experts. There were no one that I could really, connect with that understood this situation. And, I had this incredible, trauma to deal with. At the same time, an onslaught from the media and all sorts of things being said. They were trying to dismiss it as a drug hallucination, a transitory psychosis, just on and on, and that just had me completely, it was unexpected. I was off balance because, the depth of the reality for me had no bearing on people's reaction to it, and a lot of it had to do with fear. And
you were 22. You were still very young.
Yeah, I was only 22 and very unsophisticated about a lot of things about the so-called experts, and it was a tough time.
He'll talk about that one experience. And of course, I think one of the worst things in the world for him was the fact that the skeptics, the debunkers, jumped on him with both feet, and class, and he had to spend all of this time trying to defend himself. And that doesn't make you want to go more deeply into your recollections. At that time, 1975, we assumed maybe there 10 abductions took place, give or take a few. And many people didn't even like to accept the idea that there were 10. But it was still regarded, as with the Hill case, you were just unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And so I began having hypnosis done. I took these people for the first 7 years of my research. I took them to other people for the hypnotic regressions. It was the longest apprenticeship probably anybody who was doing hypnosis has ever had to go through. But when we did this, case after case emerged. And I began thinking, this isn't some 10 cases that, unlucky people in the wrong place. This is fairly widespread. And I think when I finally got around to writing my book in the late 70s, it came out in 81, Missing Time, perhaps the most radical thing that I wrote about and discovered is that the scope of this thing is enormous. This isn't just some very few people.
There's a sequence of episodes that do not appear in every abduction story, but if they appear, they tend to appear in the same order. Now, the first episode is the capture, which of course is going to happen in any case, but it in itself turns out to be a complex episode. You'll either have people seeing a UFO, it comes nearer, and then at some point something starts to go funny. There's something about their consciousness or their awareness of the environment, or the environment itself, as the case may be, that starts to become very strange. Things aren't perceived as they normally would be. They have odd feelings. And then there's going to be some kind of appearance of alien beings, or a time lapse. Sometimes the time lapse occurs first, sometimes the beings appear first. But anyway, the people there will be a loss of consciousness, and then the things that aren't remembered immediately after the event will be that these alien beings take the individual onto the spaceship, which may either be landed or it may be in the sky and pulls them up. Now the alternative is they wake up at night, they feel a sense of paralysis, alien beings come into the room and spirit them away again. So it's slightly different beginning, but the two converge. You go into the ship. Then the second episode begins, which is the examination. And this is almost always the first thing the aliens do. They start giving the captive a physical examination. This episode also has a lot of parts to it. The examination usually runs in the course of where the beings give a sort of tactile examination, touching the captive after having laid them out on a table, and then there's a scanning device or an eye-like device that comes down. And then there's some kind of neurological examination or an implant or removal of an implant. There's also the staring in the eyes of the captive.
The scanning.
Scanning, yeah, the mind scan. Right. And then there's the sexual removal, body fluids removal. It can be other body parts too, but it always comes down to the sexual part. Then there may be some kind of follow-up, some kind of mental examination, some kind of scenarios that appear that seem to be some kind of mental or emotional test for the captive. Then there's a third episode, which is a conference or some kind of communication between the captive and at least one of the aliens. It can be kind of a one-on-one conversation. It can be a sort of lecture. It can be a sort of showing of images of some kind. And this isn't quite as well organized an episode, but
is there any thematic to that?
Yeah, there are themes to what the aliens say, which is almost always some kind of a warning that a time of tribulation is at hand, and a promise that the aliens are going to help, and they charge the captive with some kind of mission or purpose.
And usually this warning is ecological.
Yeah, most often. And the mission is to somehow ameliorate the effects, but the person doesn't really know what their mission is. It's something they'll understand when the time is right. That's pretty much the way it goes.
Bud Hopkins, of course, is one of the great pioneers, if not the great pioneer in this area. And he wrote a book called Missing Time in 1980, which came out in 1981. And in that book, he took 7 individuals, which was the first time that there had been a sort of comparative study of that sort, who had all been abductees, and put them all together and showed that there were certain similarities that you just couldn't overlook, that it wasn't sort of all over the map like we had been seeing before, that in fact that they all had unusual scars on their body, or a lot of them did, and that they weren't crazy, and that they were actually missing from their normal environments, and that there was all sorts of things he found. And to me, the book, I at that time in 1980, 81, was of the mind that the abductions were primarily psychological. And therefore, when I met Bud Hopkins, I had not bothered to read his book, because why waste the time? And but when Bud began to show me what he was doing, and he actually introduced me to an abductee, then I read the book, and the book, of course, was, I think that Missing Time really began modern research into the subject of abductions. It was a groundbreaking book. It was a very, very, very important book. Now, there have been many books written beforehand, But his book had a seriousness to it, using a psychologist to do hypnosis. It had a methodology to it that other ones didn't have. It made sense on many levels that other ones didn't. It had a completeness to it that other ones didn't. And I became interested in the subject then.
What I also discovered and wrote about at the time was the fact that this seemed to be something that happens again and again in someone's life. Up until that point, everybody thought, you know, whether it's Travis or Charlie Hickson and whatnot, it was a one-time shot. But, and Charlie and I have talked about some recollections of his that go back to earlier times too. Mm-hmm. So suddenly it was a much more targeted thing. The person was abducted again and again, and then I discovered that there were particular kinds of marks on people afterwards, that scars and these straight line cuts and so on remained. And all this was really new. And then I discovered that it seemed to happen in families, that a child of abductee parents might have the same thing happen to him or her. So suddenly the thing expanded exponentially as a possibility, instead of these little few accidental things that happen. The point about this range of aspects of the phenomenon that I had really sort of uncovered and was writing about in Missing Time for the first time is that I was, in a certain sense, sticking my neck out, because other researchers are going to say, well, I've never found anything like this myself. There's nothing to this. Or counterintuitive evidence is going to come forward and so forth. And yet, in actual fact, people began saying, my gosh, you know, when I explore these other avenues, I'm finding the same thing he found.
In 1987, two important books came out. Intruders, which was Bud Hopkins' second book, an extremely important book that sort of documented one woman and her family's experiences with the abduction phenomenon.
And raised a very important point, that point of the hybrid.
And raised the point of the hybrids, which Bud had already discovered. Bud had discovered back in the early 80s that women were being shown babies that looked odd, that looked sort of a mixture of human and alien, and he called them hybrids. He's the one who actually coined the phrase, coined the word for that type of person. And in Intruders, he also brought this in as a function of the abduction phenomenon and of this family, what had happened to this family whose woman met, who she considered to be her daughter there, or a daughter. And at the same time, almost in the same week, the book Communion came out, written by an abductee, a person who claims to be an abductee, Whitley Strieber. And Strieber was a professional writer and had best-selling books, and two of his books have been made into movies. And there had been a sort of bidding war for his book, and so he sold it to Morrow Company for a tremendous amount of money, and there was a huge publicity campaign for it, and he had hired his own publicist as well for it, and it hit the top of the New York Times bestseller list. It was on the New York Times bestseller list for 32 weeks, and it was #1 in the country for 19 weeks. That book had a tremendous impact societally. And the impact was not so much what he had to say, which was important enough, but was the illustration on the cover done by a man named Ted Jacobs, who actually was a friend of Bud Hopkins and who introduced Whitley to him. And Ted Jacobs, no relation to me, did this sort of staring alien that absolutely frightened the devil out of people who might have had these experiences. They became scared to death. People told me they saw the book in a bookstore and they just ran. They ran out of the mall and kept running. They were so frightened. Or people were drawn to it eerily. They couldn't stop looking at it. And some of these people eventually wound up with doing hypnosis with Bud or with me. And they would always say, You know, I had that book, I bought that book, and I could never look at it, and I kept it covered down so I didn't have to have that alien staring at me. But I know that there's something was wrong. The shape of the head was wrong. There was something wrong with it. And of course they were correct. The aliens don't look like that. They have different shaped heads than what Ted Jacobs painted, essentially. And they all knew it. And oddly enough, well, it's not odd if you know anything about the abduction phenomenon, but the starkness of the staring eyes is what affected them. And so what communion did was it pried loose hundreds, if not thousands of people in the society who understood right away that they might have had these experiences, and this is what they had seen, these eyes, this being who was staring at them, but the head was wrong.
How was it wrong?
It was too flat.
Too flat?
After 1987, the media became much more interested in the abduction phenomenon, and there was sort of an avalanche of shows that featured it, and it was a very good ratings getter and so forth. And so it became much more current in popular culture and in popular mythology, let's just say, certainly in popular thought. In 1991, Bud Hopkins and I were commissioned to do a poll to see how many people out there might have had abduction experiences. The problem is that you can't ask a person if they've had an abduction experience, because this is a phenomenon where people forget what has happened to them within seconds of it happening. It is also a phenomenon that is lifelong, that begins in infancy, and that occurs with fairly regular consistency and sometimes with great frequency. In spite of that, people still don't know what happened to them, so they interpret odd experiences which they know they've had as religious, or as New Agey, or as traveling on the astral plane, or as near-death experiences, or whatever it is that the society allows them to interpret it as. But being abducted is not one of those things that the society will allow. So they know that they've had a lifetime of strange experiences, whereas their friends haven't. So we couldn't just ask them, have they been abducted? So what we did was we understood the methodological problems in this. I know it's been criticized by people who have no idea what they're talking about, but in fact, what we did is we did a long test of the questions we were going to ask with all sorts of people who were abductees and all sorts of people who were non-abductees, and we saw how they answered the questions. We could only ask 10 questions approximately, and we winnowed about 60 questions down to 10 that we thought that abductees answered yes to in very high proportion, and non-abductees answered no to in very high proportion. And those were some of the questions we asked, along with a couple of control questions. One question was, does the word Trondant, which Bud Hopkins sort of made up, but in fact is a word we learned, but not in use. Right. Does the word Trondant have special meaning for you? Anybody who answered yes was dropped from the poll. And the other one was, have you ever seen a UFO? And we have had statistics on that since 1949. So we knew early on how the statistics about seeing a UFO have gone. We knew pretty well, with all sorts of polls taken to the Gallup organization and other organizations, what the numbers should be like. So if the numbers were much higher, then we knew that there's something wrong with the poll. Right. There wasn't a good cross-section of the country. Well, the numbers were 7%, the lowest that had ever been recorded up to that time for have you seen a UFO, which was good, because that was a conservative poll. The poll was asked face-to-face, which they don't do anymore in polling, and it was an omni poll, but with omni polls, you're asked a series of questions that have to do with toothpaste and deodorant and flying saucers and all sorts of things. We stipulated, and they agreed to, that they would only ask questions that had to do with political events or sociological events, and nothing that had to do with advertising, so that the person who was answering the poll questions knew it was a serious poll. Okay. We then asked these questions, none of which were you ever abducted? The best we could do was, well, when we got the numbers were so high in terms of answering yes that we knew that something was wrong politically. We could not go forward with these numbers. They were too high. So we arbitrarily made the numbers smaller by saying that we will take, of the 10 questions, 5 will be the 5 highest indicator questions, which we decided, and 5 would be the lower indicator questions. And in order to, and if you answered, if you didn't answer yes to 3 or more of the higher indicator questions, you didn't make the poll. So if you answered yes to, let's just say, 7 questions out of 10, and you didn't answer yes to 3 of the higher indicator questions, you're dropped from the poll. Answering yes to any one of those questions was a good indicator that you might have had abduction experiences, even one. So we made it so they had to answer yes to a whole bunch of these questions to make the poll. Otherwise, they were just dropped. And when we did that, we cooked the numbers down to an ultra-conservative 2% of the American public has had experiences that abductees have had before they knew they were abductees. And that's as good as we could do. That poll has stood up. There have been all sorts of attempts to show how the numbers are wrong. The numbers aren't wrong. The numbers are really good. They've had other polls which showed the numbers are lower. Some have showed the numbers are higher. But that poll remains still one of the best ever taken, and giving us the clearest indication in a most conservative way imaginable about how many people have had abduction experiences. Now, we can't really tell until you investigate each and every one of them. But you have to remember, we did 3 2,000-person scientifically randomized sweeps across the country. 6,000 people were interviewed for that poll. It was the largest poll of its type ever taken, and it was done scientifically by the Roper organization. And the plus minus on that error rate was only 1.4%. So we had a very interesting poll, People have liked to take pot shots at it, and sociologists have tried to say, well, the numbers are here, and Carl Sagan said, well, this and that. The fact remains that this is still one of the best polls taken. There have been other attempts to do it, most of them inferior. People have asked them straight out, have you ever been abducted? The problem is that about 1 million people will say yes if you believe the numbers. But usually it falls within the plus minus. It doesn't rise above the plus minus. But that has happened. And then people have tried to add questions about conspiracy. Do you believe in conspiracy? The sort of extraneous questions and things like that. However, those numbers it's a very good poll, and those numbers hold up very well, I think.
2% of the population is still a huge number of people.
We couldn't get it down any lower than 2%. We wanted to. We just couldn't do it because the real numbers were just much too high. That we couldn't get it down to more than to that.
What did that mean to you at that point?
Well, we knew that the numbers were wrong. Okay. We knew that right away that 2% was wrong, but it was impossible. We knew that no matter what number we came up with, it was going to be too high, no matter what it was.
Right, so if it was wrong.
But it was conservative, and we really didn't know. And if we were ridiculously rigid and ultra conservative, we would probably be more accurate. I don't know whether that's true or not. We may have been more accurate, we may not have been. But at least we were covering ourselves, and 2% is one hell of a lot of people in real numbers. You take 2% of 300 million people, that's 6 million right there. That's a lot of people. It's too many people. It's just plain too many. No matter what number it is, it's too many. You have to remember that most people thought that you're dealing with hundreds of people, maybe. Not anywhere close to thousands or millions. That just doesn't make any sense.
There's at least 2 reasons why I think abductions aren't as frequent. In part, abductions are kind of they were faddish in the 90s, but not faddish like hula hoops or something. They were faddish in a way like they gave people a script they could use to explain anomalous experiences they'd already had anyway in their life. So the 2 Roper polls have been done on abductions, the first and then the second in the late 90s. And there's a vast difference between the estimates about the number of abductees between the 2 polls. I.e., the abduction incidents dropped by 50 or 60 or 70% in only 4 or 5 years. Well, that makes no sense. Okay, unless of course there's other factors involved with being an abductee. Okay? So that's one thing I think about. But the other is that in the late 90s and in the early aughts or O's, whatever we call this, the decade we're in, we being the UFO Coalition, were working on an abduction research project where we were actually placing devices in the home abductees and attempting to measure physical phenomena there. In the course of that, I literally had to interview hundreds of people around the country to find subjects for the study. So I've talked to many people fairly recently about their experiences. And what I found is that when you question them closely about the frequency of occurrence, which we had to because we wanted to find people who were abducted at least more than once in their lifetime, it turns out that everything is very vague, except a few things. In other words, yes, they've had one or two experiences, whatever they were, but everything else is more along the lines of, I woke up this morning and I think I saw a spot of blood in my nose, and I think last night was one of those nights again. Now, it may well be, but it's vague. And so I can't, and those two things are things I've grasped. The Roper poll I understand. I've talked to hundreds of potential abductees or real abductees, and I just don't see these large numbers there.
Well, it is around this time, around 1991 or so, that John Mack from Harvard enters into the area. John had a spectacular career at Harvard for 30 years. Winner of the 1976 Pulitzer Prize in biography for a biography of T.E. Lawrence, and a Harvard psychiatrist and founders of one of the institutes at Harvard, and on the op-ed page of the New York Times all the time, and a tremendous career, extraordinarily intelligent, very insightful. And he immediately understood when he went to one of Bud Hopkins' lectures, and Bud can explain this more than I can, obviously, but he immediately understood that this would be very difficult to prove as being psychologically originated. In other words, the abduction phenomenon is either psychological for whatever reason you want to bring in, no matter what. It is psychological or it's actually happening. So John comes on the scene, and we are thrilled because John has got a sort of cachet, obviously, about him that we obviously don't have. And John is plugged into an intellectual community that is really extraordinary, and John has the ability, therefore, to influence other people in a positive way for us and for the phenomenon, and for perhaps an intellectual and scientific engagement with the phenomenon that we had been hoping for. I mean, so we were very, very thrilled with that. But John had sort of another take on things. John had studied with Stanislav Grof, and
transpersonal psychology.
Right, and he was very much into consciousness studies and transference of consciousness, and the transformational aspects of being abducted, and the spiritual aspects of being abducted. What exactly was happening, he wasn't much interested in. And the methodology to ask the correct questions was not high on his priority list. So when he began to do his work, the first thing we noticed was that he was not coming to us for advice. After all, we had many years of experience in this between the two of us, Bud Hopkins and I, and he just went off and started to do it. And he was not given the gift that I was given. So he made the fatal mistake of simply believing everything that people say at face value, and not understanding that people will say things that are not true in hypnosis. And you've got to be there to be careful and to watch that and to catch that. So he believed everything he heard, and his idea of what the phenomenon was very different than what Bud and I had been finding for years. But he never quite believed that we were on the right track even before he began to do hypnosis.
Well, I think one of the key differences was in their approach, in that I believe that Hopkins and Jacobs were focused on the aliens themselves. They wanted to know about what this alien culture was, what the species was, what their methods were. John's approach was a little bit different, in that I think his interest was actually in the people. He was looking at how the people were changed by the experience. And that's sort of the common theme which all of his explorations were about. You know, we investigated T.E. Lawrence. He was looking to see how a person, when exposed to a completely different culture, how their relationship to the world changed. That happened to this T.E. Lawrence, who was a British officer stationed in the Middle East, who became, he basically embraced the concept that the Middle East could unite and become a powerful country. So when he met these alien encounter experiencers, he was seeing people who were taking on a different kind of cultural identity, an identity in which they were related not only to their own country, but to life in the world and life beyond our world. So that was what fascinated John most and what kept him interested for years. The matter of fact, the nuts and bolts aspects of the experiences, John was first to admit that that was beyond his area of expertise. He was a psychiatrist, so he was using the art of speaking to people. That's fantastic for learning how people have changed, but as an investigative method, it's not going to turn up hardcore evidence. So I think that was the beginning of the divide.
I had the great privilege and pleasure of talking to John Mack at some length. I know that he's been blasted a number of times by skeptics and even some people within his own institution. I found him to be a brilliant individual. I was impressed with his approach, and particularly impressed with his second book, The Passport to the Cosmos. If you look at the second book, what it does is it says, well, you know, gee, maybe abductions aren't real in the sense that people are being beamed up through the ceiling, but because what he found was, for example, that somebody would report being abducted, someone would be in the same room at the same time, and they'd notice the person asleep on the couch. But what Mack did was he attached tremendous psychological significance to abductions. And I think this is, he's referred to as a positivist as compared to a realist, like Jacobs say, oh, gee, this is really happening. And I think that there are transformational kinds of effects for some people of abductions. Some are terrified, some don't make sense of it. But in the hands of somebody like Mack, who would help people work through and understand these experiences, the outcome could be positive. There have certainly been other cases where people have had anomalistic or mystical kinds of experiences that can be channeled. I think that one of the reasons for Mack's success in working with individual abductees was that he did see it as positive, and he helped other people to see it in the same way.
He already sort of had, I think, a kind of a template, in essence, into which he would place this phenomenon. And that's what essentially he did. So he wrote his major book, which was called Abduction, and I noticed that he put in transcripts of his hypnosis, and I knew immediately when reading transcripts, I knew instantly what the problem was. He was simply going along with what other people said and agreeing with them and believing what they were saying, no matter what they said, and then asking them to come forward with more information about this material that was obviously, in my opinion, confabulation, and building what I called a mutually confirmational fantasy. This is a fantasy built by the hypnotist and the subject. And he did that over and over again. He got all sorts of stuff about going back to the pyramids and, you know, and everything that matched nothing that Bud and I and other serious researchers had gotten. Nothing at all. Except the standard kind of scenario, giving people an examination, all that. And when there was stuff like taking eggs and sperm, he just dismissed all that stuff. He didn't think that was important. He emphasized other things that were oftentimes confabulatory that were important. So the book was not a forward step for us.
The emphasis on the part of some researchers to stress the physical aspects of the experience seemed to be almost a concession to the culture. Like, rather than approach the experience and say, well, this is a very strange experience, very surreal, has all these strange elements, some researchers try to reduce it and say, no, it's very physical. It's a metal saucer landing on your yard. And that might be one part of it, but it seems almost dishonest. It seems like it's an attempt to buy into the public's expectations of what an alien encounter is. So I don't appreciate when some people ignore the high strangeness of the experiences. I think that you have to embrace that. And that's what appealed to me about John, was that he embraced the spiritual component perhaps more than his colleagues. But that was intentional. He wanted to make sure that there was balance by emphasizing that element in his books. Well, as John has told it, he was fairly high profile in the media. He was getting a lot of good coverage for his book. And the suspicion is that some Harvard donors might have become a little upset that their alma mater was becoming associated with this subject. So he went to the dean's office to let the dean know that he was on this publicity tour, and he would be for the next several weeks. And the way he describes it was, at that point, it was too late. He walks into the room, and there was another dean there, and they give him a letter saying that this informal committee has been appointed to just investigate and see why he had the opinions that he had. And it was a little odd in that there had been no formal complaints brought against him. There was no specific allegation of any wrongdoing. It was an open-ended investigation with no apparent structure. It was simply a free-flowing investigation, and he didn't know what to make of it. And initially he thought that it was simply something harmless, but it developed into a 14-month excruciating experience where he had to defend himself rigorously against a panel of people who weren't, for the most part, were not psychiatrists, were not philosophers, really didn't have the background or expertise to even appreciate his work, let alone understand it. Well, I'm not sure why it took 14 months, but my impression, layman's impression, not part of the Harvard system at all, was that the Inquisition itself was the form of punishment. Because when they finally produced their report and presented it to the dean read their report, determined that nothing that they said merited any action, released a press release saying that John remained a faculty member in good standing, and that was it. So in a sense, the Inquisition itself was the message. Watch yourself because we're watching you. And that was actually what made some of the other Harvard faculty rather uncomfortable. Alan Dershowitz wrote a good op-ed where he was saying that kind of message in an open-ended investigation is unfair. So they finally brought it to a close, I think, after public scrutiny started to make some people uncomfortable. I think he felt that the experience that he was investigating was more important than the political system at Harvard. So he was willing to let the Harvard system, gnaw at him. It wasn't something that would stop him. I mean, as I said earlier, the interview process where he was speaking to experiencers was a personally satisfying experience for him. Mm-hmm. It was changing him from a psychiatrist into a kind of philosopher. Mm-hmm. And that passion wasn't going to be extinguished by an ad hoc committee. Well, I think John's influence was the fact that John, as a psychiatrist, was able to move people past their fear of the experiences and the trauma, just as if you had been through any terrifying experience, whether it's rape or being shot or anything like that. If you're caught in the fear, your perspective is not going to be wide enough to see the whole experience. The fact that other researchers report fear, well, it doesn't really surprise me. I mean, that's going to be the primary experience first, is fear.
How would you describe that primary? What is the reason for that fear?
I think the fear of an alien encounter experience, the fear once you've been through it, it undercuts all of your assumptions about reality. Which sounds like maybe is not that big a deal. Sounds like it's a purely philosophical problem, but Well, you live your life assuming that reality is one way. That people can only come into your house by walking through a door. Okay. But when that element of certainty is taken away, you involuntarily question everything about yourself, which had been based upon those assumptions. So in a way, your personality is deconstructed temporarily, simply because you suddenly have immense doubt about reality, which taints your assumptions about yourself. So people's identities sort of fall apart when they become aware that they're having these experiences.
But eventually he realized the UFO research was not for him. And he dropped out of UFO research, closed up his peer group he had, as he called it, at Harvard 2 years before he died, and just began to work more in spiritual realms. And that was what he was more suited for. That was really a better fit for him.
I think John was initially tantalized by the possibility that this experience could leave behind material proof. But after speaking to experiencer after experiencer, who most of them have repeat experiences throughout their lifetimes, none could bring forth any hardcore physical evidence. All they had were memories. So I think eventually John moved away from the idea that material evidence was part of it.
I began to think that the process of hybridization, which I had envisioned before as primarily taking sperm and eggs and then altering the embryo or the zygote, and then leading to this sort of a bell-shaped curve of part of them look alien, part of them look human, most of them look in the middle, that was probably true, but not the whole story. And then I began to realize that what they were doing is that they were adding DNA from hybrids to the sperm and egg, and they were getting a skewed bell-shaped curve that was looking more and more like humans. And if you do this enough time, you just get beings who look more and more human-like, more and more human. You get a refining of the species in a sense. And that apparently is what has been happening. Although how the process, I'm still a little bit unclear of the process, and there were some very pointed questions asked me about this once by a person who knew what he was talking about that I couldn't answer. And so I don't know all the medical procedures that occur here in that sense. But I do know that there is a spectrum of hybrids who look mainly alien and look mainly human, and some look really, really human. Then people would begin to describe to me how they would be taken into a room, these are abductees, and their attention would be directed to a screen-like device. They all look up at the screen, and the person will say, and I've written a couple of these kinds of events up, although I heard many of them, the person will see a picnic, for example. And at the picnic, there'll be people who are playing ball and who are grilling and who are standing around talking this and that. And they'll hear in their mind's eye, in their mind's ear, "Can you tell the difference between you and us?" And the person will look carefully at the screen and say, "No. Everybody looks the same to me, And they'll say, "See? Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that excellent? Soon we will all be together. Soon we will be here and we will all be living together. Isn't that wonderful?" Or they will see, here's another case, it's a group shot of all sorts of people, like a high school shot of other class on steps, that sort of thing. And they'll say, "Can you pick out us among you here?" And the person will look and try to figure it out and say, no, I can't. And they'll say, "See, isn't that wonderful? Soon we will all be together." And I began to hear this a lot by people who were not aware of anybody else's testimony or anything like that, or who were just saying that, and who didn't really understand the meaning of what it was either. And then people would say, then these beings would tell them, soon there's going to be a big change. There'll be a big change, and you're going to be a very important part of the change, and you're going to be you'll have a job to do, and you'll be very pleased to do it. And to the abductees who don't know what they're talking about. But this will happen soon. Everything's going to happen soon. It's going to be happening soon. Now that's the change. We're going to have a change. The change is coming soon. Well, I began, when you hear things for the first time, you always put it on the back burner waiting for validation from other people who are unaware of the testimony. Sure. Well, so the first few times I heard this, you just blow it off. You just think, well, I'll wait. If I never hear it again, there is no change, But I began to hear it over and over again from a wide variety of people. Something was happening in the future. Some change was going to happen. They had some role in the future. This was going to happen. They began to convince me because the first time I heard it, it came out of the blue. And the second time I heard it, it came out of the blue. I mean, it sounded like I was leading him to it. I didn't even believe it had happened in the first place. So, because you have to wait for confirmation. So you don't, it's not like I'm leading people, it's like they're leading me. I instituted controls for that eventually, which I can tell you about if you want. They're kind of fun controls. But just to show you how that doesn't work the way people think it works. But the point is that after a while, I began to think, well, maybe there is going to be something happening in the future. Maybe this is leading to something. And I was realizing at this time that we're not dealing with an experiment here. That this is not a situation where people are just being put on a table and looked at and say, what's this, what's that? And you pull off somebody's arm and look inside their body and see what's in there, It's not like that. That this is, in fact, a program. And as a program, it has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it is goal-directed. They are doing this for a reason, and this is a global phenomenon. And the amount of time and energy and material and personnel that are involved in this program is fantastic. Unbelievable. It's literally beyond imagination. And I'm getting letters from around the world, people having these experiences, so as is Bud Hopkins and all other abduction researchers who are known. Then people began to be much more specific about what they would be doing in the future. And a lot of what they were doing was crowd control. Standing on a sidewalk saying, move along, it'll be okay, don't worry, everything is all right, just keep moving, move in this direction, move that way. And I had a whole bunch of people telling me that this is what they're going to be doing. And I'm talking to a person who has a PhD in English, telling me, well, that's what she's going to be doing. She's going to be standing on a corner directing people. And I'm talking to a person who is a junior high school, middle school dropout, telling me the same exact story. Well, they'll be standing directing people. They don't know particularly why, but they have to, this is what they know that they'll be doing. Plus a whole variety of other things. Those are just an example. So people would be saying these things like they'd be doing crowd control work of all things to think of. And I'm thinking to myself, well, why don't they envision themselves in the future as being an ambassador or something that's, that would be obviously some psychological thing that they would do, which would enhance their role in this new change or whatever. But in fact, they'd be doing mundane things and helping with abductions and helping and doing this and doing that and all sorts of other things. And it was hard to imagine, but I began to realize that this was a program, if you were to believe what these beings were saying to the abductees, who were then telling it to me, that this was a program of integration into the society, that they were integrating into the society and they would be looking like us, just like in science fiction. Just exactly what I don't want to hear. It goes all the way back to if you ever think this is science fiction, or if you ever think that this is just a matter of popular culture, people are picking it up, well, this is it. But this is where the evidence led, and that has got to be emphasized. It didn't lead in 1,000 different directions, as it should have if it were psychological. It didn't lead back to the importance of the individual, as it would have in psychological cases. It didn't lead into all sorts of crazy areas. All the stories, all of them that I heard, led to one direction. And that this was, in fact, an integration program. People filling in pieces of the puzzle, and I was leading in one direction, a direction I did not like and did not want to hear. Now, the problem is this. From the beginning, from the Barney and Betty Hill case, there has been one constant among many. But the one constant I'm gonna focus on now is the constant that Barney and Betty Hill said, that they made a left-hand turn down the road and then went a mile, and then they knew that they had to sort of close their eyes and go like that. In other words, they were being neurally controlled from afar. That is the case with every single abduction event ever recorded, period, that has been investigated. Now, the one exception here is Travis Walton. I'm sorry, the one exception here is the Antonio Villas-Boas case, and that was an uninvestigated case. But, and that was in 1957. But the fact is that that is a constant in 100% of the abduction cases. Without that, there would be no abduction phenomenon. People would indeed reach under their pillow and get out their Magnum 45 and blow their heads off. They would call the police. They would, they would do that. They'd run, whatever it is that they would do. There would be no abduction phenomenon. So that must be, and that is in place in every single abduction. Every single one. Now, the point here is that if these beings integrate into the society who look just like you and I, they have that ability, and we do not. That makes us inferior, and it makes them superior. When you look through history and you see technologically superior people confronting tribal societies, for example, it is not the tribal societies that survive and flourish. It is the ones who have the better weapons, generally speaking. And you see the extinction of tribes throughout the world over the years. And the point is that this is one of those instances where you have a superior technologically, not necessarily physically technologically, although there is that, but biologically superior, neurologically superior, that is confronting a neurologically inferior society, and that makes this a catastrophic event. Even if it is anecdotal evidence, and I understand that this is anecdotal evidence, it's human testimony, it's human memory the testimony retrieved through hypnosis administered by amateurs. I understand that. I understand how weak this is.
Do you ever wish you're wrong?
All the time. All the time. I went through a down period where I was very, very, very burned out, and I was very depressed over various things that had happened in my life, and I just couldn't do this research anymore. I would have sessions with people, and I dread that they would actually come over and I'd have to do it and all that. And this went on for a long time. And then as I came out, I remember doing a session with somebody, and this is after I'd already done it for 15 years. And after 15 years, I remember doing the session, and I thought to myself, this really is happening. This really is happening. It's like this. I've been doing this for 15 years, and I realized that, but suddenly it dawned on me again. It's so easy to think that this isn't. It's so easy to slip into this idea of, no, this can't possibly be happening. I was actually slipping into that. But this really is happening. As crazy as it sounds, as off the wall as it sounds, this really is happening. It is frightening. It's terrorizing in a sense. It is not something I ever expected to hear. I never expected to go in this direction, let alone leading people in this direction. I would like to lead them into the direction where I become the king of the world and the superior person. That would be good. But in fact, it's not. It was unimaginable to me when I started doing this research what this was all about. Just not imaginable. I could not have ever imagined where I'd be today with this phenomenon. And I have kicked and screamed all the way through as I have slowly moved. People have said, oh, well, hybrids are here, and I just blew all that stuff off. And now I think to myself, in my own research, where I can have control of it, and I know my weaknesses, and I know the weaknesses of the methodology, and I know the strengths of the methodology, I now can say to myself that this is an integration program and that hybrids will be integrating into the society and might be doing it now. And I can't get away from that. I can't rationalize that in any psychological way.
In terms of Dave's marshaling the evidence, it's all pointing in that direction. I mean, there isn't anything in it that you can read as being a divergence into, oh yes, they really want to come and learn about our computers or hear our music or become artists or who knows what, or cure cancer. You know, we don't get that. We don't get anything that diverges from this. Yet this we're talking about is really a future thing which we do not understand yet fully. In human terms, anthropomorphic terms, it does look like ultimately some kind of takeover. I'm not as brave as Dave is to lay it all out. I don't want to depress people with a kind of future that looks as bleak as that. When I call Dave braver than I, he counters by saying, or more foolhardy. But the point is, neither one of us knows, but Dave takes the road of clarity about the material. I would not have written that book myself because my personality maybe doesn't want to. I'm probably somebody in 1937 who would have thought that if you talk nice to Hitler, maybe things would be different, and Dave wasn't. But the point is, there is not much about it that one can look at with any degree of optimism.
These claims are enormously controversial because of their sensational nature and their incredible, far-reaching implications. The problem is that although these reports are very interesting and they come from people who don't seem to be crazy, in fact, psychological inventories of abductees indicate that these are not psychologically disturbed people. There are some really interesting patterns, including some very subtle ones, that connect the reports over time and space. But the kind of evidence, the kind of hard evidence that these things are occurring in the world within consensus reality never materialize. And so you have incredible stories, fantastic stories, matched up against very, very limited to non-existent objective evidence that they're happening in the world. There are no abduction cases that are the equivalent of good, solid UFO cases where you have multiple witnesses, instrumented observation, and those sorts of things. It becomes really difficult to know what to do with reports like these. Many ufologists become skeptical of them, say that this is just something that not necessarily a bunch of hoaxes, but some kind of extraordinary experience of consciousness or psychology that we don't know, that merely borrows images from UFOs, from the UFO literature, from science fiction and so on, but really isn't related to the UFO phenomenon of the metallic disc that's seen by pilots, for example. Others want to link these with the contactee claims and say that this is just a more later version of the contactee model. I think that's wrong. I don't think that's true, because contactees and abductees really fundamentally different kinds of people. The abductees' stories are far stranger. You read the testimony of abductees and you really have the sense that whatever happened to these people is extraordinarily strange and very hard to explain. But getting from very hard to explain to seeing this as the activity of physical, biological entities from other solar systems, That is a big, broad jump that nobody has been able to bridge.
The abduction phenomena is still a mystery, first of all, foremost to me. It is more puzzling than the UFO phenomenon in the sense that here we've had more attention paid to it. And I thought that eventually by now we would have at least had some more of a better clue as to what's happening. And we're still floundering. But it's definitely multi-causal, okay, in the sense that someone can report an experience, and someone else can report an experience very similar, and yet one could really be caused by sleep paralysis, and then the other is more mysterious, or one could be caused by the old hag phenomena, which is a little different than sleep paralysis, and so forth and so on, and a whole range of things, or just anomalous. People seem to have a certain type of people seem to just have anomalous things happen to them. All the time. That if you and I were in the room with them, we wouldn't even experience, but they're really experiencing something, and so they report it as such.
Okay, there is this physicality to it, and the physicality is a real physicality. People do come back with unusual scars in their body, fully formed scars, or cuts that don't bleed, or all sorts of other serious bruising and marks that they had, let's just say, at night. People are physically missing from their normal environments when they are abducted. As in the case of Travis Walton, search parties were sent out, or parents have searched for their kids and all the rest of that stuff. And the wife would say, well, you weren't in bed last night. Where the hell were you? I waited, stayed up for an hour, and you weren't there, and I just fell asleep again.
I certainly believe from investigations I've done, and of course things I've read about, that there are instances where people really do seem to be abducted. But the best evidence is missing time. It's not scars on people's bodies, which have not been well documented. It's certainly not implants. It's not a vague feeling. And I mean, that's fine. But it's got to be something that can make you say, well, something mysterious happened here, you know. And the most mysterious things is someone should have been here, and they're not there, and they're actually gone. And while we don't have photos of a car with someone not in it by the side of the road, we do have, at least in my judgment, some pretty solid testimony about those kinds of missing time lapses. Bottom line, though, is that I can't say that aliens are abducting people, because for that you really do need hard evidence, and we don't have it. Now, Dave Jacobs has been very assiduous about working with a small, group of people and interviewing them repeatedly. And I'll grant whatever he's learned with them, but Dave has to extrapolate to the vast numbers. He extrapolates based on what he hears from his group about what's going on and all this, and then he extrapolates on the Roper poll. Well, I'm not a great fan of the Roper poll in terms of estimate the number of abductees. So it's that reasoning that leads me to say that I just don't think they're as frequent, rather than just, I hope, not a knee-jerk reaction.
In these kind of paranormal worlds, everything is methodology. This is where it all comes from. This is where you have to be very, very, very careful, especially when you're dealing with the landscape of the mind, when you're dealing with people's imaginations, when you're dealing with people's memories. You've got to be extremely careful. The methodology started to be developed early on because we could see what was wrong early on, I think. Bud Hopkins was the first person who began to take abductees to a psychologist who would do standard hypnosis on them, but she, as I remember, was so frightened of leading them in any way that she would simply bring them back to this agreed-upon event and then not ask questions at all and wait for them to just remember. That's not a good methodology, as we have learned. But what happened was Bud began to figure out a way in which you could ask purposely misleading questions and see if you could catch them by misleading them into things that we knew were wrong or were just being made up on the spot by Bud. So he began to understand that you could, with hypnosis, deter people from saying something that didn't happen, and encourage people to say things that actually did happen to them. Now, maybe I shouldn't use the word encourage because it sounds like it's coming from him, but at least find contradictions in what they were saying. Right. that they would have to deal with in some way. We've learned that when people remember things consciously, it's counterintuitive. You would assume, well, if they remember something consciously, that must be much more logical and rational and correct than if they remembered it under hypnosis with all its problems. In fact, the opposite is true. With hypnosis, people tend to remember things a lot more clearly, a lot more accurately, and with less confabulation than just remembering things consciously. When people remember abduction events, the abduction event might last from A to Z, let's just say. And what people will remember is part of A, skip to G, skip to M, back to C, then a completely distorted version of O, and that's it. Then they put this thing together as a logical progression, A, B, C, D. They don't realize where it's coming from. And then they will tell you this story about what happened to them that they remember straight out. And you listen to it, and for years and years and years, we thought this was an abduction event. And they were sort of all over the place. But once we began to realize that these kinds of accounts are notoriously wrong, that they are erroneous, not because the person is saying something wrong, but because the person is just remembering it wrong, that we began to learn the methodology for how to do hypnosis with abductees. And it had to do with being skeptical about what was being said. It had to do with being extremely chronological on a second-by-second basis, and lots of other techniques that are used where suddenly people began to describe whole abduction events just like everybody else, and then say to me afterwards, you know, this is not the way I thought it was going to turn out, or this isn't what I thought I remembered it, but this is what did happen, in fact. Then I began to institute a series of controls in hypnosis and work hard on methodology and really think hard about the methodology of questioning and how to do this and how to best do it to get the best and most trustworthy accounts that I can, regardless of what they said. And when I started doing that, then I began to get stories that didn't have people reaching out and touching other one's heads, and never had that. I never had that again for the next 22 years. Never had that again, or 20 years, I should say. And because it just doesn't happen. It's not a concept. And then I began to understand the role of confabulation, and I began to understand the role of false memories that are put into people's minds on purpose almost. And I began to understand the role of neural manipulation of short-term memory in this business. And I began to understand the role of how memory works and how memory decays and how people remember things and how they put things together, and how in this particular type of phenomenon they put things together very wrongly oftentimes. And once I did that, I think I worked out an effective methodology that is workable. I've written a book on methodology, unpublished so far, and that I think one of the great problems with abduction research is that everybody is sort of not on the same page, let's put it that way. And there's no standardization of methodology, and I'd like to standardize that methodology. I'd like to be the one who does that. I think that might be one of my more important contributions. So when other people do this kind of work, we will have a way of checking whether they're doing it right or not.
I've stopped using hypnosis years ago. Yeah, so, yeah. And the real problem is the content of the experience. In other words, there's missing time, weird things happen to people, there's no doubt about that. The actual what goes on during the abduction experience, I'm very uneasy about being too confident that we really know.
The abduction phenomenon has generated a lot of potential solutions. One says it's strictly a psychological sort of phenomenon, where the usual explanation is that it's a combination of things, or this seems to be the convergent explanation of that most people would be willing to accept now. That the answer is, you may have a basis in experience, but it's something like sleep paralysis. Then you have people who are somewhat susceptible to suggestion. They go to an investigator who's interested in abductions. This investigator has an agenda. The investigator leads them to see the odd experience they had in terms of of that agenda, and by a combination of leading and willingness to follow and a lot of cultural familiarity with the idea of abductions, that becomes imposed over the sleep paralysis experience, and the result is a vivid, well believed in, imaginary abduction experience.
In the pre-selection of the person who she's coming to for hypnosis,
Look at,
there is an unconscious agenda set up. Has to be.
This is true, and there's nothing we can do about that.
Nothing you can do.
We try to select out. We try also, but once we're there,
yourself,
right? There's the only thing.
I'm
But
not Jacobs.
I've had people who thought they were abductees who come to me and aren't.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I've had people who thought that they were sexually abused and weren't, and it was an abduction event.
Yeah.
I remember once I did a session with a woman who felt she was sexually abused, and she said there was something funny about this, and there was some guy down the street, some older boy, she said, who sort of lured her down into his other place, and she went down, and then she didn't remember going down there, and next thing she knew, it was a sort of sexual abuse thing, and we did a session on it. And it was a sexual abuse thing. And she did remember the guy. And she did remember going down the stairs. And she remembered everything about it. And there was no doubt about it. This was a teenager molesting her.
I'm glad it didn't turn out to be a narrative.
No. You see, it's not like they're impelled to say it every. I mean, you know what I mean? It doesn't work that way.
I know, but how do you filter out that agenda?
You have to just investigate it, and then you say to her, "I don't think this, this doesn't sound like an abduction. We'll go on to the next one." So, but some of them aren't.
For the most part, the majority of people definitely are normal. They're just like you and I in most respects. Not quite. Susan Clancy, in her book on abductees, picked up on a little of this in the sense that they tend to be people who are more open to anomalous experiences in general. They're more feelers in life than they are rational people, like I would be. I've never been abducted. Don't ever expect to be for that reason. Quite honestly, but that isn't anything wrong with them. That's just their style, their psychological style, and in fact might be admirable. Otherwise, with a few exceptions, they're not fantasy prone. They're not prone to psychopathology. They're just basically normal. And they've had these anomalous experiences.
I tend to side with the skeptics on abductions, to tell you the truth. And the reason that I side with the skeptics on abductions is it's where psychology and anthropology has made a lot of progress in the last 10, 15 years in terms of cultural narratives and how memory works, and not just sort of supposition. We've moved way beyond the early kinds of arguments where, the idea of memories implanted under hypnosis, that we're learning much more about the frailties and inadequacies of the human memory. It's not absolutely terrible, but it's really easy for memory to be altered, for things to be inserted, for things to be forgotten. And this is backed not just by arguments of people who have talked to, various reporters and whatnot of abductions, but through actual experimental kinds of research. And there are differences in information processing, including differences between abductees and non-abductees in terms of what constitutes memory. And the easiest way to summarize this is to say that what we take as memory, that it's a mixture of things that have actually happened to us, things that have happened to people that we know, and things that we've heard about on the media, that we forget where it came from. We may attribute it to ourselves. I have several stories I'd love to tell that I discovered in later life, stories to do with my family that they didn't happen to me. They happened to somebody else in the family, but I like to take it over. But very seriously, that there is a picture emerging of the kinds of psychological forces that could give people an abduction recollection. With the realists, they like to point to things such as convergence of detail, but everybody knows the abduction narrative. I think that's a point that I have to give to the skeptics. That if you look at various books that have been written about abductions, that there tends to be almost a forced convergence of detail, that there tends to be a suppression, you might say, or at least a downplaying of other kinds of odd experiences that the person might have had, things like that. That's not saying, I cannot say categorically no one has ever had contact with an extraterrestrial. I cannot say categorically that people 2 billion years beyond us might be having problems with elementary genetics. There's no real way to say it. But I can say I'm very, very skeptical. I need a lot more convincing before I go along with that one.
The idea that cultural sources are responsible for the consistency of abduction reports kind of runs aground on two problems. In the first place, as folklore shows us, people will take a story, but they will always vary it. They'll always add to it, change it, personalize it. In some way, make a new creation out of the old materials. We don't see that with the abduction stories. I mean, there'll be some degree of personalization, but as far as the actual phenomenology of the story, there's really surprisingly little variation. As many people who have told this story as many years as it's been around, you would think you'd see a lot more than you do, but it has stayed surprisingly consistent, even given that there are many investigators who have an agenda to press, or the TV, movies, tabloids, books have all tended to support the more usual version. But you'd still expect, if people are really depending on imagination, that the normal imaginary functions would take place. We get all kinds of variation with the urban legends, but we don't get them with the abduction story. So it's an oddity, whatever you want to make of it. Now, the second problem is that these stories were consistent from the start. You take the very early accounts before they became widely known, before late 1977, when Close Encounters of the Third Kind sort of presented an image that everyone saw of what aliens should look like. Yet these stories were the same, the alien beings were very similar. The differences in the beings was in the same proportions then as it is now. So it's, once again, you might not make it a conclusive argument. It may not affect you that way, but it's certainly an oddity. It's a curiosity that's worth considering.
Well, in the absence of irrefutable or verifiable physical evidence, I think investigators in the field have turned to trying to understand the psychology of the experiencer. And I think that has given us some leads, in part in terms of what we know not to be the case. We know now that most people who report experiences with contact are not simply perpetrating hoaxes. That's to say, they truly believe that they've had these experiences. So attention is focused in on the nature and the determinants of those beliefs. One approach has been to examine a possible link between fantasy proneness, people who have characteristics of intense involvements in fantasy from a very early life, and profound involvements in fantasy, and the UFO abduction experience. These individuals tend to claim that their fantasies from age 3 to adulthood tend to be as real as real. They're compelling, they're loaded with emotions, and they sometimes report problems distinguishing fantasy and reality. So the idea here is that some people may have a tendency or a propensity to interpret their experience as along unconventional lines consistent with what they imagine and believe to be true, and to tie these different elements of the very popular UFO narrative in the United States and Western Europe into a story that has personal relevance and meaning and significance, and that explains certain important aspects of their past and their present, and at the same time confers upon them a special identity as someone who's had unusual, important, and exotic experiences. Along with the trauma, there are a lot of dramatic elements. There oftentimes is an element or a component to the story of being taken aboard a spacecraft, of being subjected to a medical examination that's sometimes very aggressive and even violent. That seems to be well integrated into the contemporary narrative that is associated with abductions. Experiments may be conducted, and one can say that those are traumatic. At the same time, they are very dramatic. They are as dramatic and poignant and associated with meaning. That is, what are these folks up to who are abducting citizens, as they are with personal trauma. And we also know that fantasies can be very real, especially for fantasy-prone people, and that they may experience the traumatic aspects of their fantasies or imaginings or memories, things they believed happened, but right alongside them there is another narrative, and that is a narrative of hope, oftentimes for humanity, of a change in direction of the course of humanity as a function of visitations, and playing a very important personal role in change that's dramatic and may in some instances even be heroic. It's just one possible explanation. And some explanations may apply for one person, yet they may not apply for another. In fact, in terms of the research that's been conducted with experiencers and fantasy proneness, research is actually quite mixed. It's difficult to study people with questionnaires, because when an experiencer encounters a questionnaire that might seem to invalidate their experience and relegate it to the realm of fantasy, you can understand how they might respond in a somewhat defensive manner. So this is a difficult area to really study.
What are the other potential explanations? Well, from a psychological standpoint?
Sleep paralysis has been offered as a second explanation. And
what is sleep paralysis?
Sleep paralysis is a sleep-related phenomena, such that people oftentimes close to the time that they're waking up have an experience of a sensed presence, that they're paralyzed or immobilized, and it can be a very frightening experience, not being able to wake up.
And this is because of the chemicals?
This is because of a glitch, basically, in one of the stages of sleep. And it can be very, very frightening, and it can be very, very real. And the sensed presence can be that of an alien-type figure. They can also feel as if they are moving. The reports are actually quite consistent with what many people report as part of an abduction scenario. Oftentimes, though, the experience doesn't evolve in a linear way from a single experience. It's cobbled together from trying to understand a variety of experiences. That may be the entry point. And then someone may try to explain that experience, not knowing anything about the physiology of sleep and the phenomenon of sleep paralysis, in terms of what they've read about or know about abduction experiences, and then begin to relate that to other experiences and spin from that a scenario that is pretty compelling to that individual, indicating that something happened. What is that? Well, one possibility is I was abducted, and then from there it becomes elaborated and enriched and grows or escalates in its compelling, emotionally compelling nature to the experiencer. So what starts off as an inexplicable experience gets spun out over time and thought about it and reading about it and possibly talking with people or undergoing hypnosis or simply becoming engaged with the well-known cultural narrative in terms of what happens into a story someone feels pretty confident actually happened to them.
One could extrapolate from that and argue that if somebody has a sleep paralysis experience and is particularly fantasy prone and is exposed to the cultural understanding of abductions, one might interpret that sleep experience as a bedroom abduction. So that's one of the theories that's still being touted quite a bit today. It would be hard to use that as an explanation for all abductions. In particular, many abductions take place out in the open. They have nothing to do with the bedroom or being in bed or being asleep. For example, some are reported to take place while driving a car. Sleep paralysis while driving a car is not likely to produce an abduction experience. It's more likely to produce a serious accident. If you look at the history of abductions over time, the earlier abduction reports were described as taking place in bedrooms only about 1/4 of the time. So while bedroom abduction reports are much more common today, historically, looking at the entire collection of abduction reports, sleep paralysis, even if it is an accurate explanation in some cases, literally cannot explain all cases. Right. In fact, cannot explain most. Another explanation is that the experiences of abductions are brought about by the false memory-inducing effects of hypnosis. And hypnosis is widely used by investigators to study claims of abduction. The problem with that is that, again, only about half of all reported abduction cases have used hypnosis at all. And even where hypnosis is used, it's generally used to help clarify memories that occurred prior to the hypnosis. So there, too, you have an explanation that may account for some aspects of the phenomenon, but it would be hard to understand how it could really account for the whole phenomenon itself. Well, Eddie Bullard has talked about psychic abductions, and what he means by that is abductions which do not seem to involve an actual physical removal of the abductee from the location where the abduction is taking place. Whether this is purely a psychological phenomenon or, as some might argue, the abduction is really taking place, but it's taking place on a mental level, and there's no need to abduct the body. You could essentially abduct the mind. Well, that's nothing we could really answer, but those are some of the ideas that are out there. I think from a research point of view, there is a problem with the increasing familiarity with the abduction tale. I prefer really to look at the earlier studies before the nature of abduction reports became as well known as they are now. I think it is very hard to separate what is a spontaneous experience or report, putting aside the issue of whether the reports are accurate or not. But it's very hard to put aside what would be a spontaneous report and one that has been extremely influenced by culture. And I think that as more and more attention is paid to these, as more and more media exposure exists, it's harder and harder to do that experimentally, and that really does interfere with things as a scientific question. Mm-hmm. And we do see some real changes. The prevalence of bedroom abduction reports is increasing dramatically. And I think that is largely becoming the stereotypical report that we see in the media as well. But again, if you go back 10, 20 years, that wasn't the typical report. So I think to some extent, the older reports might be more reliable as data, if you will, or as describing a kind of spontaneous experience than contemporary reports. Obviously, another alternative point of view is that the nature of the events are really changing, but it becomes more difficult to make that kind of a determination. I prefer to stick with the data, and I think the data now still have far too many questions and not enough answers. My guess is that many of the explanations that we talked about apply in some cases. And the real interesting question for me is, once you've exhausted those explanations, what might account for the others? And I'm not sure. If it's a psychological phenomenon, it remains a very interesting psychological phenomenon. It really doesn't conform to typical phenomena. And of course, if it's not a psychological phenomenon, then it's even more interesting, perhaps.
But I would like to see the proof first, if you will, because it's so easy to find confirmatory cases or examples based on our own experiences, and to then become convinced that the absence of information is consistent with whatever theory we come up with. I think it makes a great story. I mean, the idea of there being a melding of two races, humans and extraterrestrials, to create a whole new species and a new era of understanding, supposedly, between ourselves and visitors, and a kind of ultimate joining and merger is a very interesting idea and kind of a wonderful thought. That's not to say that puts the stamp of truth onto it. Also, to be a part of that is an exciting idea. It's a fulfilling idea. It can lend meaning and purpose to a person's life. If you haven't done wonderful things or heroic things on this earth, why not on a spacecraft, even if you feel somewhat victimized by it?
From my perspective, you have to include both clinical psychology and transpersonal psychology to really understand it. So the clinical psychology is needed to deal with the traumatic aspects. And this is where the body holds the score. Okay, so you are going to have the emotional trauma that people experience. And you need clinical psychology to interpret and to treat that and to deal with that. And when you work through the trauma, then the spiritual aspect unfolds. So you've got the body, you've got the physical and emotional body that's participating now in the experience. And then you have to also look at it in terms of higher states of consciousness. Because some of these encounters are taking place where people are seemingly out of their body. Okay. So to have somebody that can tell the difference between that subtle realm, and by subtle realm, I just mean, oh gosh, the unseen dimension that is all around us, the realm of angels and aliens. And
fairies and jinns?
Yes, exactly. So I'm just going to, across the board, subtle realm, and probably in some more esoteric belief systems, the astral realm as well. Okay, so I'm just going to lump that all together and say that across the board, you've got people having encounters where they're not necessarily in their physical body. Some are, I would say, and some aren't. So you've got to learn how to distinguish. You've got to learn how to tell the difference, and you've got to be able to encompass the spiritual experience or the spiritual interpretation, because that's where people finally start to integrate this experience. When you go into these experiences, that sense of who you are changes. It is shattered, and hence you have the possibility of expansion.
Would you say this is an experience that's been going on throughout human history, or is it a recent experience?
I think in some form it has, but I think there are important changes. Okay, so in that sense, I could say both. I think that our experience with higher realm beings and dimensions, it's recorded in the Vedic traditions, in the Hindu traditions.
And the Hebrew Bible?
And exactly. So you've got higher dimensional beings. You have that communication and that influence coming in, that impact on our evolution. However, now we're seeing things that I think are fairly new, and that may have to do with our the possible demise of our species. So that's the big thing with this phenomenon as well, is that experiencers are very much being downloaded with information, if you will, or shown things about the environment and about our that we may not be here in the same form, even in our lifetime. Okay, and hence now there seems to be the process is being sped up, if you will. It's that it's being amplified. And so in this sense, I think that this is why the physical body is now so much a part of it.
Gordon Creighton, an English academic who was the editor of Flying Saucer Review, a great mind, a great man. He was the one who first presented the jinn hypotheses to the UFO research field. Now, the jinns, as described in the Muslim Quran, which is the Muslim Bible, are what they call a third order of creation. The Quran describes that the angels, the first order of creation, was created first, that the jinns, the second order of creation, was created second after the angels, and was given the earth to live here, but that they were paraphysical, that they did not live in space-time as such in a physical space-time world, but in a dimension around our world. And then that the third order of creation was humankind, who was given the physicality of our earth to live on. But that the earth is to be shared by jinns and humans, and that jinns are good and evil, just like humans are, and just like angels are. That they're good and evil jinns, and that according to Gordon Creighton's hypothesis, that the so-called entities, the so-called UFO entities, who reportedly abduct human beings and sexually harass them and victimize them in other ways, are actually the order of creation which the Muslims call jinns, that they are a paraphysical form of creation which shares the earth with us.
And they're appearing as flying saucer occupants?
Gordon Creighton explained very, very clearly that during the past millennia of human cultures, there have been types of sexually harassing creatures paraphysical, which harass different cultures, but they appear in different shapes to each culture according to what the culture can accept. Their clothing, their mannerisms, their looks, according to what the culture can accept. And so I expanded on this, and I got the idea, speculation, that since the UFO, the physical UFO craft, started its new phase around 1947 in the United States, that the order of creation that the Muslims call jinns, that the Celtics call fairy folk, that the Europeans call incubi, and which other cultures all over the world, major and minor, call by different names, began to wonder how in the world could they appear to an American and frighten an American into submitting to their victimization. And that it might have taken them a while to figure out a way in which they could frighten Americans, but that eventually they thought, well, if they appeared to Americans in the form of technologically superior UFO entities from UFOs, that would frighten any American, you see. And that this is when this huge explosion of so-called abductions began, beginning in the 60s, but especially in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and continuing to this day. These creatures are deceptive. They are described as deceptive in the Quran. They are deceptive as incubi. They are deceptive as Celtic fairies, you see. So that is what I think.
Do you think that there's any possibility that any of the abductions are physical? Any of them, do you think? Well,
I would say that there is a possibility, possibly Travis Walton, possibly. Although the witnesses that saw the UFO strike him with his beam of light did not see him go into the UFO, you see. So it might have been an altered state, a scenario that Travis Walton experienced too. But I would leave it up to Travis Walton to, to make his own decision. I would not want to, because I respect Travis too much.
Right.
And also there are a few, maybe 2 or 3 other cases where it's possible. Mm-hmm. Betty and Barney Hill is a possibility because of the double witness there.
Right. Okay.
But most abductions that I have investigated, and I've investigated about 300 cases all along, they all seem to me to be experienced in an altered state of reality, not dreaming, but an altered state in which these creatures can appear to human beings.
Now, there are fairy stories of mysterious lights. The trooping fairies often, they're just little twinkling lights all along the place. But
Tinkerbell.
But lots of them.
Yeah.
And then you have the fairy when they have a party. They often live under mounds, prehistoric burial mound type things, according to stories. And these things will rise up on pillars of light. And the description is perfectly like a landed UFO. You'll even get some cases where they actually descend from the sky in a circle of light or something like that. So you get the UFO connection. But an even more trenchant parallel is the abduction phenomenology and the fairy phenomenology, where someone enters fairyland and there's a supernatural lapse of time. When you go into the fairies are often described as being diminutive supernatural beings. There again, a close parallel to the aliens. Sometimes fairies even have large eyes, so that's not a very common element. But fairyland is very similar to the inside of the spaceship insofar as it's a subterranean kind of place. You never see the sun, although there's a kind of uniform luminosity over the sky. That's also, if anyone is carried off to the alien other world, that's usually how it's described, that there's some sort of a uniform light or something kind of subterranean about it. It can often be very beautiful, or it can be very barren. And that also parallels the fairy otherworld, where under the influence of the fairies' glamours or mental influences, you see this luxurious place, and the fairies are rather beautiful people. But then if you can see, if that glamour collapses, then you see that it's a very mean, dirty, ugly, sparse environment, and the fairies themselves are scrawny and ugly. Then you have the element of the fairies stealing children. A very common element. The fairies are not reproductively self-sufficient. Neither are the aliens. They steal babies. They mate with mortals, sometimes by deception. And there are fairy offspring, or hybrid offspring, of fairies and humans that seem to have unusual powers. Parallel again to the alien hybrids of today. But you'll find that all along, that there are these similar ideas that have been with us from time immemorial, and they keep reappearing in various forms, updated a little bit, but essentially the same. And that's pretty much one way of looking at abductions.
First of all, I have trouble getting my arms around the imaginal realm. I understand it's sort of, half what we're used to, half something else, and has its counterpart in various religions and so forth and so on. But what's intriguing is that a lot of very distinguished scientists, physicists, physical scientists, are talking about, hidden levels of reality, multiple dimensions, things like that. And, is it something to be taken seriously? Is it a cop-out? I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the imaginal realm is evaluated 100 years from now.
They're inventing it, or it's happening. There isn't any other imaginal realm where something even more bizarre than the abduction phenomenon might be happening to people that we have evidence of. Let's put it that way.
I'm talking to him one day.
Yeah.
And we're talking about his experience. And he's telling me he was lifted out of the car, his parents' car. They're driving along the highway late at night, lifted up, going into the air, being taken up to a UFO. And I asked him the question, did you look down? And he said, yeah, I looked down. What did you see? He said, I saw the car. Who was in the car? Well, my parents and me in the back seat.
Mm-hmm.
That to me says imaginal realm.
No, it doesn't.
What do you mean, no, it doesn't?
It says confabulation. No. That doesn't say imaginal realm. You're believing him.
Well,
why would you believe him
this is
when he
his
says
experience.
that? No.
This is the experience he's reporting. You're denying him his
Yes.
experience.
That's what we learn to do. When they remember things at face value, the answer, when they remember things consciously and they tell you that, the answer is maybe yes, maybe no. Let's investigate it and see what really happens.
That's fair enough.
I have so much experience with this kind of thing where I thought, oh, this is probably what happened. This sounds like, sounds right. And then I do hypnosis and it's not what happens. And the person will immediately admit to me, this is not what I thought happened, but this really happened. I didn't see myself in the car.
But wait a second. This experience was not consciously remembered. This was a hypnosis.
Confabulation. Simple as that. These are these oddities that don't prove anything. They prove, the only thing they prove is that methodological questions must be asked right then and there. Well, you cannot instantly go to another realm of existence.
No, I agree.
You cannot do that. You're dealing with methodology first and foremost.
I agree. In terms of an absolutely scientific kind of a study, I absolutely agree.
That is the only way to go with this. As soon as you get away from scientific or systematic study, then you start to float around on Never Land. It's a horrible mistake. The point is that this is either psychological or it's happening. Period. That is it. I hate to say that, but it is.
It's the psychological is just too limiting.
No,
Listen.
I'm using it in every sense. I don't care what sense you use it in, but it is not happening in objective reality. It is happening in the person's. There is nothing.
What consensus reality that we can all agree on sitting here right now in this room, this is event level reality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right. And it is not happening in this reality.
Yeah.
And I haven't found other realities. And the point I'm saying that is that with over 1,000 sessions I've had with people now, and with God knows how many sessions Bud has had, maybe 1,500 or so, or 2,000, we have not found that imaginal level. That has not shown up as a significant force in this phenomenon, and it would.
How would you look for it?
It would just show up that they could in fact see themselves, and they could describe this, and they could do that, and there would be other aspects to it that we continually get this. Eventually, it would force us to move and say, "There's another level of reality happening here we hadn't understood, and now it's beginning to develop in before us. We're beginning to understand that it's undressing itself in front of us, so to speak." That has not happened. We've been doing this for a long time now. And we've had a lot of sessions with a lot of people. This has not happened. And when you point to one person here, one person there, one person here, it doesn't mean anything. It's totally meaningless. It's totally meaningless because it doesn't make a pattern. We don't have that pattern. The patterns are not there. And when we think the patterns are there, they dissolve with correct methodology. And we know that we're asking the right questions now because the person will say, "Wait a second. I don't think this happened the way I thought it did." Then you know you're on the right track.
At one point, in trying to find more information about what these experiences were, I had two ambitions. One was to be able to remain calm enough so that if an experience occurred again, I would be able to remain calm enough to interact with these beings and learn directly from them what was going on. I managed to at least keep my heart rate down. When an experience would start, I would no longer, be racing. But I never really developed the sort of calmness which would let me interact. Additionally, it seems like when I'm in their environment, I'm a little bit out of it. Everything is a little bit slurred. I'm not able to interact, and I don't know if they drug me or something in order to keep me relatively harmless, or what, but I was never quite able to establish a level of conscious communication with them. So I tried a different way of hopefully getting some information. I tried meditating, and in this meditation, I tried to sort of communicate with these beings, because I knew they were telepathic. And so, okay, granted, they weren't in my environment at the moment, but I thought perhaps I have some kind of communication, perhaps I can get some information. So I entered a nice meditation, and sure enough, I got this sort of mythic story, which to me was explanations of why they were interacting with us, what this whole reproductive experience was. And I don't know if this was like a literal history or if it was simply a mythic history, just as our mythic stories of the Greek gods fulfilled different aspects. The gods exemplified different elements of our personalities and explained behaviors. Right. So this might simply be more of the psychology of the Greys as opposed to an actual history. But the sense that I got was that the beings had lost a world, either through something like the atmosphere just rippling away, some sort of disaster had turned their world into a desert. And I got this sense of profound guilt from them, that they felt that this was such sacrilege, that they felt that they could never again connect with God, almost like they had been cast out. This is very theological concepts coming from a person like myself who was raised without any religion whatsoever, post-religious community. But the sense was that they felt that they could never be forgiven for having lost a world, which to me explained two things. It explained, in one sense, the environmental sort of messages which they're now conveying to us, saying, look, our world is threatened too, be careful. This is a very precious world. But beyond that, it also accounted for why they were seemingly interested in our biology, interested in creating a generation which was part alien and part human, which had elements of both of our species. To me, it wasn't simply that they had found a biological compatibility, because apparently from all the scientific intervention they've had to do in order to make this even possible, it doesn't seem like a perfect fit. Skeptics often scoff, oh, human beings could never breed with another species, it just wouldn't be possible. Well, it's not very straightforward. It seems to have been like a 50-year project to make that possible. But I felt that they weren't simply trying to enrich their DNA or any sort of those classical current science cliches of what aliens would be doing. To me, they wanted a generation which, like humanity, had the potential to connect to spirit. And my sense is that in the repeated abductions throughout my life and throughout other people's lives, they were studying the way that we start out very isolated. We're born and we don't have really any sense of connection to anyone except our parents. But some of us evolve into a kind of communication with spirit. I don't want to define it in terms of religion or anything. Sure. But eventually, people tend to develop or cultivate a sort of relationship with spirituality in one form or another. And I think that that is what they are interested in. And I think that sometimes when they're examining our bodies, they are studying the growth of our spiritual being. And that when they're interbreeding with us, they're trying to create a species which has the potential to reconnect to spirit, a connection which they feel was broken when they lost an entire planet. And
so this is much about their reintegration with spirit as ours.
I think it is. I think it is truly an effort for them to regain an element of humanity, which certainly humanity has always valued. Our spiritual connection, which gives birth to our sense of empathy, our sense of responsibility. All these things which matter very deeply. I think that's what attracts them to us. And this might sound like a really far-fetched theory, but I think that these, I think that if that's true, it's a purpose that you could understand the importance of, that it's not something that they could simply ask for. I mean, they feel the responsibility of saving their entire race. Now, if that's going to involve occasionally terrorizing people accidentally, I think that's a risk that they're going to take. But I think also on a slightly more, slightly larger perspective, I think that their initial belief that they have lost this connection, I think it's misfounded. I think that they have such incredibly long lifespans that the beings we're dealing with now are probably only like 2 or 3 generations removed from whatever disaster they're speaking of. And I think that actually, if they would come into open contact with us, I think we could actually forgive them for whatever sin they feel that they've done. But I don't know. Again, I don't know if this is simply just a sort of story which fulfills what they're doing, or if it's an actual history. I don't know. What I do know is I do feel some sympathy for these beings. I think that the sort of responsibility that we have as a species to other life is a responsibility which we shouldn't ignore, even if the beings were evil beings. I think I mentioned this earlier. Some people are, quite of the opinion that any beings who would do these horrible things must be evil. Even if they were, I think we have a responsibility to help other life and perhaps influence them. And if we are sharing an element of humanity with them as they form a new generation, then I think surely some of our qualities will express themselves in their species.
Are you of the opinion that there is a crossover into the physical?
Yeah, I am, and here's why. I was kind of like John Mack. I myself was really emphasizing the idea that these beings were somehow coming from the world which we had dubbed the spiritual world. probably an inaccurate term, just a term from our history, the spiritual realm.
Do you prefer another term?
No, I think it works as long as people can appreciate the concept of spiritual without automatically thinking of religion. Even if we're talking about other dimensions, as physicists might prefer to call these, perhaps these are other realities. We'll come up with the language for that eventually. Spiritual seems right because the experience of being brought into the alien environment, being passed from one reality to another, it seems revelatory enough that the word spiritual sort of does feel correct. The only distinction is that to say that these alien beings might emerge from or travel through the spiritual realm doesn't automatically mean that they are any more spiritual beings any more than we are. Okay, I'm not saying they're angels. So as long as that distinction is appreciated, spiritual works just fine. Yeah.
And the crossover? The
crossover, for me, I can't deny the fact that there doesn't seem to be any physical evidence left behind. And so for the longest time, I felt that these experiences might be almost entirely spiritual. But my last experience that I ever had to date was about 3 years ago. So it was in November of 2003. And I was sleeping in my third floor apartment, and I woke up. I was sleeping on my stomach, on my chest. And I woke up, and I opened my eyes, and this being was just receding away from my face. One of the small little gray beings. And it was almost like it had sort of nudged me awake, except instead of flicking me awake, I think it had just sort of like mentally said, wake up. And I opened my eyes, and I see this being and a larger being next to it, kind of like security, to the side. And I've had enough experiences at this point so that my heart, it's not going to race. And in fact, at this point, I just opened my eyes and I was like, not in the mood for this. I'm going to go back to sleep. Forget it. Shut my eyes, and it takes my hands, and it squeezes my hands very, very physically hard, as if to say, we are physical, we're here, we're real. You can close your eyes, but you can't deny that this is a real experience. And then to sort of, again, the theatric quality of their interactions, just touching one's hands is a theatrical gesture. And then, even though they normally speak telepathically, this one did something, again, simply to restate the fact that it was materially real, in that it actually used its throat and mouth to speak. And this raspy voice comes out, and it's telling me certain things. And it's actually using a combination of mental images and vocalizations. But what I took away from that night was a sort of reminder that as many spiritual properties as these beings seem to have, that their ability to sort of defy the material world, the way that time seems to carry on at a different pace when they're around, all these elements which seem so dissimilar from our normal waking reality, despite those differences, I think they were sort of there to remind me that yes, but beyond it all, they are physically real. Or at least they're real with a capital R. You can't deny that they're not some intangible spiritual entity.
Or some projection of the unconscious or anything like that.
No, the whole Jungian thing, I don't think that they're an expression of humanity. Unless perhaps in some strange convoluted way they are descendants coming back in time, or some convoluted way. No, they are kin to us. They're related to us in the sense that everything originally, formed from one point. Everything from that point is related. But we seem to live in slightly different worlds. And so spiritual, but spiritual not quite the right word.
Yeah.
Interdimensional, maybe not quite the right word. And I think there's another reason why you haven't seen another advancement beyond the work that was recent, is I don't think people are having alien encounter experiences anymore. at least not in the same way that they were. My circle of friends who I met through John Mack's organization, none of us have reported many experiences over the last 3 or 4 years. Whitley Strieber, writing on his website, said that around 2000, 2001, all of the reports which he had been receiving many letters from suddenly dried up. This experience seems to have actively changed or moved away, which you wouldn't expect if this was a purely psychological phenomenon. You'd expect people of different ages would continue to be having experiences. They seem very infrequent now. And perhaps it's because the aliens have finally learned a different way to communicate with us, that this effort to mix these two different species may have finally been perfected. Because if you read some of the earlier accounts, people were describing being presented with very sickly children, beings which were part alien and part human, but seemed very ill. And perhaps they finally managed to solve the technological problem of mixing these species.
Which brings us to The Threat. Have you read it?
I did leaf through The Threat in a bookstore once, yes. I couldn't see buying it.
Basically what David is saying is what you're saying. They've perfected it, and they're intermingling with it, with us, and his concern, the threat.
That it's an invasion.
It's an invasion.
Well, as a historian, he would have that perspective of nation conquering nation. But if you say that there was an evolution of beings who were going to live upon this world, that shouldn't really be too threatening if you believe in the concept of incarnation, of being born into different life forms. Well, who's to say at the end of our 100 years, we aren't born and we won't exist as part alien, part human being? Why should that be so frightening? It would only be terrifying if they were, taking over our world, which they do not seem to be doing, obviously. So that sort of paranoia is understandable from the perspective of a historian who sees nation conquering nation, but it isn't what we're seeing here. It's not something I worry about. I think that, if anything, we're looking at a partnership between two species. Perhaps humankind will eventually pass away, as our ancestor species did, as Cro-Magnon man did, and eventually we will tail out. There's nothing wrong with that. It's what would be really incredible, though, is to be alive in the time when the different species are overlapping. I mean, just to be able to share that kind of different perspective on life will be absolutely amazing.
Maybe that's the time we are living in.
I don't think we're there yet, because so far all we have is these little hints, these little bits of memory which people experience. We don't have enough. I mean, I know I've been with them for more than 5 minutes at a time. I want to know where I was living my life during those hours. I feel I've earned it. After going through these experiences, I want to be able to have an equal exchange with these beings. And, as I grow older, I don't know if that will happen. If it never happens, I'll be disappointed, because I want to know if I have offspring in this world, beings I've met. One of the beings I met as a child, I haven't seen her in years, and I think that maybe she was elderly and she died. Shouldn't I be able to know that for a fact or not? It's, I don't know.
Will you be able to live with it if you don't know?
I think that even if they never show up in our world, sort of informed by my new sense of spirituality, which arose out of these experiences, my belief in incarnation, my belief that the soul continues, that the soul started at the Big Bang and carries through to present day, I have to imagine on my deathbed, as I am disappearing into the other worlds, I will probably understand who these beings were. And I think that will be satisfying enough. I think that would be good enough, but I would like it to happen while I'm still alive. We're witnessing something that's taking thousands of years. It's not just 50 years of alien encounters. We're seeing a species that's probably thousands of years old, a species that came from another planet at some time. Maybe they evolved and grew into a different plane of reality, and now they're interacting with ours. This is a long-duration event. We're witnessing this small part of it, and we have this opportunity to grasp it as real. And yet we have skeptics. We have these nattering nabobs in our society who are saying, no, it's nothing, ignore it. And if we do, we'd be the greatest fools ever, because even if we don't have the language for it, even if we can't quite grasp what these experiences are yet, we're seeing part of it. And we can't deny that we're seeing part of it, because it is such magnificent, grand part of the universe's history that we're experiencing if we would only look at it closer.